Chapter 2057. The man in white said abruptly, "It seems like you intend to interfere in this matter." Yi Xian looked at the man in white and smiled. "This is my brother from the same sect. Yet you're asking me to leave him alone? That won't do unless you pay me more." The defying one's expression froze when he heard Yi Xian, and he tugged on Yi Xian's sleeve. "Brother Yi, don't be like this. I'm panicking." He really was panicking. If Yi Xian didn't do anything, he would definitely die. He couldn't fight the three of them on his own. The man in white gazed at Yi Xian, and he said after a short while, "It's impossible to pay more. However, I can bury all of you together later." As soon as he finished speaking, the bow was drawn, and the arrow was released. Everywhere the arrow passed, space and time started burning, and then it was swiftly obliterated. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of a solemn expression in his eyes. He raised his left thumb, and the sword in the sheath flew out. At this moment, he'd utilized the power of his bloodline. So this attack didn't just contain sword aura and sword aura. It also contained the power of his bloodline. Everywhere the blood-red sword passed, space and time were obliterated into nothingness. Bang! The golden feathered arrow was stopped by this strike. At this moment, a spear pierced straight down from the top of Yi Xian's head. When the spear was only a dozen inches away from Yi Xian's head, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped the spear. In the next moment, the spear vanished on the spot, and when it reappeared, it was already above the head of the woman in the purple dress in the distance. Not only that, the force contained within it was many times stronger than before. The purple-robed woman frowned slightly. She opened her palm and gently pushed upwards. In an instant, an invisible force blocked the spear. However, the deceived space-time above her head caved in like the bottom of a pot. It was extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, the defying one suddenly pressed his right hand down. Bang! The spear above the woman in a purple dress suddenly trembled violently, and a powerful force passed through it and smashed down. Rumble! The space where the woman resided had transformed into a strange vortex. However, right at this moment, she waved her right hand lightly, and then a violet barrier of light enveloped her. She was safe and sound within the violet barrier of light. Not only that, but the powerful retrograde force actually dissipated little by little when it came into contact with the purple light barrier. Seeing this, the defying ones in the distance frowned slightly and slowly clenched their right hands. Right at this moment, the woman in the purple dress made a grabbing motion with her right hand, and this grab directly grabbed onto the spear. In the next moment, she vanished on the spot. Chi! In practically an instant, the space in front of the defying adversary was suddenly torn apart. A spear tore through the air, and then it pierced towards the space between the defying adversary's eyebrows at lightning speed. The defying walker's expression was calm. He clenched his right hand tightly into a fist, and then he suddenly punched forward. A strand of formidable defying energy swept out from his fist, and in an instant, he and the woman in a purple dress had actually switched places. Reverse space-time. Boom! The expanse of space in front of the woman in a purple dress had been pierced into an enormous spatial black hole. Meanwhile, she suddenly turned around and stabbed her spear forward again. However, the defying walker had switched places with her once more. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't turn around, and she just stabbed her spear forward instead. Bang! An expanse of violet light suddenly erupted from the tip of the spear. Rumble! In an instant, the entire starry sky seethed while countless strands of starlight were obliterated. Meanwhile, the defying walker had transformed into countless afterimages that retreated backwards. He turned into countless afterimages as he retreated. When he stopped, the countless afterimages returned to his body, and the woman in the purple dress had already retreated 100,000 feet. She gazed at the defying walker in the distance, and then she vanished on the spot. The defying walker took a step forward, and he vanished as well. In an instant, countless afterimages appeared in that expanse of space. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze, and gazed at the white-clothed man in front of him. If it was a one-on-one battle, then the defying walker wouldn't lose to the woman in a purple dress at all. Of course, he wouldn't lose to the white-clothed man as well. However, the problem was that it wasn't a fair competition. It was a 3 against 2. That was disadvantageous to him and the defying walker. In the distance, the white-clothed man suddenly took out a black feathered arrow. But right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly flicked his thumb, and a flying sword slashed out. Of course, he wouldn't just stand there and wait for his opponent to attack. What was the biggest disadvantage of an archer? They were afraid of getting close to him. He wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand. However, his sword pierced through thin air. Because when the green profound sword slashed towards the white-clothed man, the white-clothed man took a small step to the left, and it was this small step that caused Yi Xian's sword to miss. Not only that, but a black feathered arrow had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian lightly flicked his left thumb. Bang! A wave of sword light suddenly erupted in front of him, and Yi Xian instantly retreated a few kilometers away. But he hadn't even stopped when that black feathered arrow came again. It was still that black feathered arrow. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the heavens and the earth suddenly fell silent. His heart was calm. He'd entered such a state when he fought He Yin earlier, and the might of his sword when he attacked in such a state was much stronger. Everything was clear when the heart was calm. Even though his eyes were closed, he was able to clearly sense everything about the arrow, and it even included the trembling of the feathers at the end of the arrow. Suddenly, Yi Xian lightly flicked his thumb. Oem! A clear and melodious sword howl suddenly resounded. In the next moment, a ray of light slashed against the arrow. Bang! The arrow was forcefully stopped, but it didn't move back. But this time, Yi Xian's sword didn't move back as well. The sword and arrow were in a stalemate, but the space around them was gradually being obliterated. The force of the sword and arrow had stopped. However, the space in the surroundings wasn't able to endure it. Right at this moment, the white-clothed man took out another black feathered arrow, and then a sharp tearing sound resounded. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was calm, and his thumb was on the hilt of his sword. When the arrow was a few meters away from him, he lightly flicked his thumb, and the sword in the sheath flew out. This sword was different from before. When it left the sheath, it was very calm, and it carried a sense of ease. This sword slashed against the arrow, and the arrow trembled violently before it was blasted 3 kilometers away. The white-clothed man frowned slightly when he saw this, and there was a trace of seriousness in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian. Change. Since the beginning of the battle, Yi Xian's sword had been slowly changing, and it was a sign of a breakthrough. When he thought of this, the white-clothed man turned to look at He Yin. Are we here to make friends with them? He Yin was stunned, and then he shook his head. Of course not. The white-clothed man said. Since you're not, then why aren't you attacking? He Yan's expression froze. He hesitated for a while, and then raised his hand. He raised his long saber and charged towards Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He was not afraid of He Yin. However, when He Yin charged towards him, another black arrow shot towards him. This arrow was different from the previous one. Everything in its path became illusory. He Yin. Arrows. Off in the distance, Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, he was a bit irritated. Or perhaps it could be said that he was a bit anxious. Anxious would make him irritated, and irritated would make him unable to calm his heart. Very quickly, Yi Xian felt that his state of mind had changed. He was shocked. If he became agitated at this moment, it would be very dangerous. The man in white and He Yin were not ordinary people. At this time, it was already too late for him to change his state of mind. He gently pushed with his thumb. The sword was unsheathed. However, the power of this sword was much weaker than the previous one. When this sword touched the arrow, it was instantly destroyed. The arrow continued forward, piercing towards Yi Xian. At the same time, He Yan's saber was already above Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian suddenly unsheathed his sword and slashed. This was because He Yin was already in front of him. This was a close combat. If the flying sword could not directly destroy the opponent's power, then he would be the one at a disadvantage. Unsheathing the sword to determine life and death. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, a ray of sword light suddenly exploded in front of him. In an instant, the ray of sword light engulfed both of them. In the next moment, both of them retreated at the same time. Yi Xian retreated tens of thousands of feet. Not only that, there was a black arrow stuck in his left chest. The black arrow trembled slightly, crazily destroying the vitality in Yi Xian's body. However, at this crucial moment, the power of the bloodline in Yi Xian's body suddenly surged. Then, the power of the bloodline crazily resisted the power of the black arrow. Yi Xian was stunned. He did not expect his bloodline to have such a function. Without much thought, Yi Xian was about to pull the arrow out. But he was shocked to find that he could not pull it out at all. Yi Xian tried to use his aura and sword force to force it out, but it did not work. Just like that, the power of his bloodline and the power of the arrow crazily fought against each other in his body. In the distance, the man in white suddenly took out another black arrow. He looked at Yi Xian. I know that the sword in your hand is not simple. Are you really not going to use it? Obviously, he was referring to the green profound sword. Yi Xian looked at the man in white and said disdainfully, I don't care about external objects. The man in white looked at Yi Xian and nodded. You've got guts. As he spoke, he shot another arrow. Almost at the same time, He Yin appeared in front of Yi Xian again. He was faster than the arrow. Obviously, this was intentional. He was covering for the man in white's arrow. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. This time, he did not use an ordinary sword, but the green profound sword. This sword slashed out. Boom! A ray of light shattered, and He Yin was directly sent flying. This time, he flew for tens of thousands of feet. When he stopped, his body was gone. Not only that, the arrow was directly shattered by Yi Xian's sword. In the distance, the man in white squinted his eyes. Behind him, the purple arrow in the quiver suddenly trembled. On the other side, He Yin looked at Yi Xian and said blankly, didn't you say you don't need it? Yi Xian looked at He Yin and said seriously, I lied to you. Are you angry? He Yin's expression froze. P.S. Asking for tickets. I exploded yesterday. Chapter 2058. Was he angry? He Yin glared at Yi Xian. He was obviously angry. Damn it. He said he would not use the sword, but he suddenly used it. He was caught off guard. In fact, he really thought that Yi Xian would not use the sword. After all, Yi Xian was a swordsman. How could he play such a dirty trick? However, he did not expect that this swordsman did not play by the rules. He was too careless. At this moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up. Then he raised his thumb. Wang! The green profound sword flew across the battlefield. He Yan's pupils shrank. He was shocked because Yi Xian's sword was aimed at him. He was a spirit now. How could he block this sword? At this moment, a purple arrow suddenly flew across the battlefield. The next moment, the purple arrow hit Yi Xian's green profound sword. It was a tit for tat. Boom! The green profound sword was forced to a stop. However, the next moment, the purple arrow was shattered. However, He Yin had already retreated tens of thousands of feet away. There was a huge distance between him and Yi Xian. Yi Xian's flying sword was terrifying. However, as long as he was further away, it would be less of a threat. From afar, the man in white glanced at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand and said softly, It can actually break my Zisu. Good sword. Yi Xian glanced at the retrogressors, and the lady in the purple dress in the distance. At this moment, the two of them were fighting back and forth. They were equally matched. Yi Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the man in white. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he was just about to swing his sword. However, right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A ray of cold light had suddenly appeared at his throat. Yi Xian's hair stood on end. Damn it, there's still an assassin. Yi Xian was horrified. At this moment, it was already too late for him to draw his sword. He could only dodge. His reaction was also extremely fast. In the instant that the cold light appeared, he directly retreated thousands of feet away. However, it was too late. Qi. A stream of blood spurted out from Yi Xian's throat. At the same time, his body began to rot rapidly. At this time, Xiao Tao suddenly said, Young master, there are assassins. Yi Xian's face darkened. Why aren't you waiting for me to die? Xiao Tao felt a little wronged. I just realized it. Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, the Defying One suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Brother Yi, has that assassin attacked?" Yi Xian looked at the defying ones. "You know there are assassins?" The defying one nodded. "That's right. My arm was cut off by him." "What, you don't know?" Yi Xian was furious. "You're also a scammer. The retrogressors." Meanwhile, the wound on Yi Xian's throat had healed completely. Although the saber had slit his throat, and it was corrosive, he possessed the undying bloodline. So long as he wasn't killed, it would be very difficult for him to die. When he saw Yi Xian's injury recovering at a visible speed, the white-clothed man frowned. He hadn't expected that Yi Xian would be able to survive after being stabbed. After all, that saber had slit Yi Xian's throat. Moreover, it was extremely corrosive. This is a little troublesome. The white-clothed man's face sank. In the distance, the defying one suddenly said, "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" "What should we do?" Yi Xian looked at the white-clothed man. Although he'd utilized the green profound sword, he still wasn't confident in his ability to kill the three of them, and the assassin that was hiding in the dark. Because his intuition told him that the woman and the white-clothed man still had trump cards. The defying one said in a low voice, "Brother Yi, why don't we flee?" Yi Xian said, "You'll cover our retreat?" The defying one's face froze. Meanwhile, the white-clothed man suddenly opened his palm, and an arrow appeared there. This arrow was dark gold in color, but the tip of the arrow was blood red. Yi Xian glanced at the arrow, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. At the instant he vanished, the green profound sword suddenly pierced through the center of the white-clothed man's forehead. "He's dead?" No. This sword strike had merely pierced through an afterimage. The white-clothed man's body was already 3 kilometers away. Yi Xian's face fell when he witnessed this scene. This fellow's speed had slightly exceeded his expectations. The white-clothed man suddenly drew his bow, and then an arrow tore through the surroundings. Bang! This arrow was like a torrent that swept through the starry sky. In an instant, wherever the arrow passed, an abyssal gorge that was almost 3,000 meters wide appeared in the starry sky. The defying one's brows instantly knit together when he saw this arrow. He was just about to attack, when a formidable strand of divine sense locked onto him. It was the woman in a violet dress. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Bang! A strand of dazzling cold light suddenly erupted in front of him, and then an afterimage retreated explosively for over 30 kilometers. It was that assassin. Yi Xian glanced coldly at that assassin, and then he suddenly turned around, sheathed the green profound sword, and raised it lightly with his thumb. OM! Following a sword cry, the profound azure sword flew out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had slashed the arrow. Bang! The arrow was forcefully stopped by the green profound sword. After a moment of silence, the green profound sword actually tore the arrow apart. And then the arrow continued forward and slashed towards the white-clothed man in the distance. Hiss! The expanse of space where the white-clothed man resided was instantly torn apart by the green profound sword. But the white-clothed man had already retreated 3 kilometers away. Yi Xian's face sank when he witnessed this scene. The white-clothed man's speed had surpassed the speed of his flying sword. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for him to approach the white-clothed man. And it was even more difficult for him to kill the white-clothed man. Such speed was practically undefeatable. As if he'd thought of something, the defiant suddenly said, "Brother Yi, let's change our opponent." As he spoke, he gazed at the white-clothed man and said, "I'll keep him busy." Yi Xian gazed at the woman in a violet dress and said, "All right." He understood what the defiant meant. Even though the defiant couldn't kill the white-clothed man, he could keep the white-clothed man busy. Moreover, if he were to go against the woman in a violet dress, then coupled with his green profound sword, he had a very good chance of killing her. The woman didn't possess the white-clothed man's speed, and once someone chose to go head-on against him, Yi Xian, then that person would basically lose without a doubt. Unless that person possessed an existence that could go against the green profound sword. Right at this moment, the defiant suddenly vanished on the spot, and his target was the white-clothed man. On the other hand, Yi Xian had vanished on the spot at practically the exact same moment, and his target was the woman in a violet dress. The woman in a violet dress frowned slightly. She didn't retreat. Of course, she couldn't retreat. Nor did she choose to go head-on against Yi Xian, because she'd witnessed how terrifying the green profound sword was. And she couldn't resist it at all. She slowly closed her eyes. And then a violet barrier of light instantly appeared around her. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword arrived before her. Bang! The violet barrier of light shook violently, and then countless cracks appeared on it. At the same time, the woman in a violet dress was blasted 30 kilometers away by Yi Xian's attack, and a flying sword suddenly slashed towards her when she stopped moving. It was the green profound sword. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she suddenly pressed her hands down. As soon as she did, another violet barrier of light appeared around her. The sword arrived before her. Rumble! This time, the violet barrier of light shattered into pieces, and the powerful force of the collision blasted the woman over 30 kilometers away. However, she hadn't even stopped moving when Yi Xian's sword slashed down once more. Her pupils constricted. If she couldn't resist this attack, then her soul would definitely be obliterated. Right at this critical moment, a cold ray of light suddenly appeared in front of her. The assassin had attacked. The cold ray of light slashed directly onto Yi Xian's green profound sword. Bang! The cold ray of light shattered, and the sound of a dagger breaking resounded. At the same time, the woman in a violet dress was blasted over 30 kilometers away. When she finally stopped moving, her body had split apart, but it didn't shatter into pieces. However, fresh blood sprayed, and she was instantly covered in blood. The woman's expression became extremely solemn. Damn it! This fellow simply seems like a completely different person after he changed his sword. What the hell? The white-clothed man who was being restrained by the defiance frowned slightly. Actually, the strength of Yi Xian's sword had greatly exceeded his expectations. He'd noticed the green profound sword as soon as he saw Yi Xian, and he'd sensed how extraordinary the green profound sword was. So, he'd been constantly on guard against the green profound sword. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Xian's strength would simply seem like a completely different person after he utilized the green profound sword. It was too abnormal. Yi Xian glanced at the woman whose body had cracked apart, and he was just about to attack. However, right at this moment, an afterimage suddenly appeared behind him. It was that assassin again. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword as if he knew where the assassin was. Bang! As soon as his sword descended, the space before him shattered into pieces. At the same time, a black shadow was slashed into a spatial abyss by Yi Xian's sword. And when Yi Xian was about to follow up with another attack, the assassin had vanished without a trace. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. The assassin had moved far away from him. The reason he was able to notice the assassin was actually because of Xiao Ta. But now, Xiao Ta couldn't sense the assassin's existence any longer. So the assassin was very far away from him. However, so long as the assassin was within 3 kilometers of him, then Xiao Ta would be able to notice the assassin. Of course, he didn't dare to place all his hopes on Xiao Ta. After all, Xiao Ta was even more terrifying than his enemies when he wasn't reliable. The assassin hadn't approached him, so Yi Xian simply paid no attention to him. He turned around to gaze at the woman in a violet dress, and then the green profound sword suddenly returned to its sheath in his left hand. Right at this moment, space in the distance was suddenly torn apart, and then a man walked out from within it. Yi Xian frowned when he saw the man, and then he gazed at the defiant who had a slightly unsightly expression on his face. You know him? The defiant nodded. He's Tianchun. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened when he heard this. Another extraordinarily monstrous genius has arrived? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Big brother, do you have any friends? The defiant hesitated for a moment before he said, I do. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Quickly call for help. The defiant said, He's here. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he glanced at the surroundings. Where? The defiant gazed at Yi Xian. It's you. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2059. Me. Yi Xian's face darkened, and he was extremely speechless. Damn it. This defiant is such a scam. The defiant glanced at Tianchun and said, Brother Yi, what should we do now? Even though both of them were extraordinary geniuses, their opponents weren't weak either. Moreover, Tianchen had joined the battle as well. How should we fight them? The Defiant was troubled as well. Right at this moment, Tianchen suddenly gazed at the white-clothed man. Who are all of you? Yi Xian and the Defiant were stunned. This fellow doesn't know these fellows? The white-clothed man glanced at Tianchen, but didn't speak. Tianchen fell silent for a moment before he gazed at the Defiant. Let's go. Go. The Defiant hesitated for a moment and said, Tianchen, you wouldn't be playing any tricks, right? Tianchen gazed at the Defiant. I didn't know that Daybreak City had asked them to come here. I know nothing about this. The Defiant glanced at Tianchen. I believe you. Because Tianchen hadn't attacked when he'd been ambushed just now. If Tianchen had attacked, then he might not have been able to escape. Meanwhile, the white-clothed man gazed at Tianchen. Do you know what you're doing? Tianchen gazed at the white-clothed man and spoke with disdain. How could I not know what I'm doing? Do I need you to remind me? The white-clothed man frowned slightly. Your Daybreak City spent 6-star veins to hire us to kill him. Yet you've come to help him now. Have you asked your city governor? 6-star veins. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he gazed at the Defiant with a strange expression. The Defiant was shocked when he saw the expression on Yi Xian's face. Damn it. Brother, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to those 6-star veins, right? Tianchen fell silent. 6-star veins. That's a huge sum of money. Obviously, Daybreak City was determined to eliminate the Defiant. Once the Defiant was killed, then Eternal Night City wouldn't have the ability to go against Daybreak City. A monstrous genius like the Defiant didn't just affect the current situation. It represented the future as well. Right at this moment, the space in front of Tianchen trembled slightly, and then a figure floated out. The person who came was the City Lord of Daylight City, Musu. Musu looked at Tianchen. This is the best time for us to destroy the Eternal Night City. Tianchen shook his head slightly. Master, do you not believe me? Musu sighed softly. It's not that Master doesn't trust you, but if we carry on fighting like this, more of us will die. And now, there's one more person in Evernight City. At this point, he glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian joining the Evernight City put Daybreak City in a more passive position. The city of Evernight was not in a hurry at all. As long as it developed steadily, once Yi Xian and the defying ones grew stronger, the city of Daybreak would be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Therefore, he had no choice but to act now. He had to destroy the entire Evernight City before Yi Xian and the defying ones fully matured. Musu looked at Tianchen again. I know you are proud and do not wish to kill the defying ones in such a way. But now this matter concerns the future of Daybreak City. I hope you can consider the bigger picture and join hands with the God-Yong mercenary group to eliminate the defying ones and Yi Xian. God-Yong mercenary group? Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but look at the white-clothed man and the others in the distance, feeling somewhat surprised. These people were actually mercenaries. Where did these mercenaries come from? Their strength was so great. In the distance, Tianchen was silent. Beside Yi Xian, the defying one said in a low voice, Brother Yi, what should we do now? Yi Xian suddenly looked at the white-clothed man and smiled. So it's the God-Yong mercenary group. How interesting, haha. The white-clothed man frowned slightly. You know us? Yi Xian smiled. Do you know who I am? The white-clothed man looked at Yi Xian. I'm a little curious. Yi Xian smiled. I'm from the number 1 mercenary group. The white-clothed man's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiangpan. Yi Xian laughed. Are you trying to trick me? When did Jiangpan become the number 1 mercenary group? The white-clothed man glanced at Yi Xian and fell silent. Jiangpan was actually the number 2 mercenary group. The reason he said that was to test the authenticity of Yi Xian. But Yi Xian actually knew that Jiangpan wasn't the number 1 mercenary group. Could he really be from that mercenary group? Thinking of this, the white-clothed man frowned slightly. Seeing the white-clothed man's expression, Yi Xian relaxed inwardly. Damn it, you still want to trick me. I've tricked more people than you've eaten. So how could I fall for your trick? At this moment, Musu suddenly said, He's not from your place. The white-clothed man looked at Musu, and Musu stared at Yi Xian. He's from the Great Emotion domain. He's not from your place. Yi Xian smiled. Ridiculous. Musu stared at Yi Xian and said, Don't try to fool around. We know exactly where you come from. Yi Xian laughed out loud. How ridiculous. You guys know my background very well? Then can you talk about my bloodline power? Musu's expression turned ugly. He really didn't know. Yi Xian lit up the azure profound sword. Then do you know this sword? Musu's expression turned even uglier. Yi Xian looked at the white-clothed man in the distance. The latter suddenly shook his head. City Lord Musu is right. You're not from our place. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't speak. The white-clothed man continued. You just want to use the number 1 mercenary group to scare me. But do you know that I know the leader of the number 1 mercenary group? Yi Xian smiled. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something else. Originally, your goal was only to kill a defying one. But now I'm added to the list. Don't you think Daybreak City should increase the price? The white-clothed man frowned slightly when he heard this, and he looked at Musu. We do indeed have to increase the price. Musu's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he heard the white-clothed man increase the price. In order to hire the God Yong mercenary group, Daybreak City had given them 6 star veins. 6 star veins wasn't a small amount, because Daybreak City only had over a dozen star veins now, and it was equivalent to giving them half of it. Another 6 to kill Yi Xian? Musu's expression was unsightly to the extreme. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Before your God Yong mercenary group kills someone, you will investigate the strength of your target, right? White Shirt looked at him. What are you trying to say? Yi Xian said seriously. Firstly, the strength of the defying ones is definitely beyond your expectations, right? The white-robed man was silent. A little. Yi Xian continued. Second, I wasn't your target, but now I'm involved. Besides, I'm honest. Li also surprised you, didn't he? The white-robed man looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian continued. If their strength and numbers exceed expectations, they will be given 6 star veins. As he said this, he looked at Musu with undisguised disdain. I really looked down on your White Day City. You actually used 6 star veins to make him fight against 2 peerless geniuses. Don't you feel embarrassed? You should at least give me 20 of them. Musu angrily said. Yi Xian, don't try to sow discord and play such low-level tricks. Yi Xian shrugged, then looked at the white-robed man. The defying ones and I can't defeat you. You have more people. But if the 2 of us fight with our lives on the line, can you guarantee that you can escape unscathed? The white-robed man was silent. Yi Xian continued. Once your God Yong mercenary group loses someone, at that time, your ranking will definitely change, right? The white-robed man looked at Yi Xian. Your mouth is sharper than your sword. As he said this, he opened his palm, and a spatial ring slowly floated in front of Musu. This is the deposit City Lord Musu gave us. Now return it to City Lord Musu. We won't accept this job. Or City Lord Musu can increase the price. If you can increase it to 20 star veins, we are willing to accept this job and kill these 2 people. City Lord Musu's expression was somewhat unsightly. White Robe, aren't you afraid of losing your reputation by raising the price like this? White Robe shook her head. It's not that we are raising the price, but City Lord Musu, the information you gave us was wrong. Let's not talk about the strength of the defying ones. In the information you gave us, there is no swordsman. But now this swordsman has appeared, Musu said in a deep voice. I only want you to kill the defying ones, not the swordsman. This swordsman will act. And this is something you have to deal with yourself, right? White Robe looked at Musu. We had an agreement before. You will block the other experts of Eternal Night City. And this swordsman is also from Eternal Night City. If you can block him, we will kill this defying ones. But you did not block him. Musu said angrily. Our agreement was that my Daybreak City will stop the Eternal Night City's free transformation realm experts. And this swordsman is not free transformation realm. Yi Xian, who was at the side, suddenly said, But I have the strength of a free transformation realm expert. City Lord Musu, you are also an ambitious person. But you actually play this kind of word game. You are a bit too much. Too much. Musu looked at Yi Xian and said angrily. Can you shut up? Yi Xian blinked. No. Musu stared at Yi Xian, his gaze was like a sword. At this time, White Robe suddenly said, City Lord Musu, although this person is not Free Transformation Realm, he has the strength of Free Transformation Realm. Now there are only two ways. 1, you increase the price. 2, cancel the order you choose. Musu was silent. Increase the price. 20 star veins. Thinking of this, Musu's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. And at this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at White Robe. Do you accept the order now? White Robe looked at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian smiled and said, How about this? You help us kill this City Lord Musu. We will give you 6 star veins. And we will help you block all the Free Transformation Realm experts in Daybreak City. Not only that, my Eternal Night City can also help you. As long as you kill him, the 6 star veins will be yours. Do you accept? Hearing this, Musu's expression instantly changed. P.S. Asking for votes. I exploded the day before yesterday. Chapter 2060. It had to be said that Musu was a little flustered at this moment. Once Bai Yi and the others accepted the order, Daybreak City would be in danger. Because once the white-robed man and the others accepted the order, Evernight City would definitely launch an all-out attack on Daybreak City. At that time, how could Daybreak City defend against these people? At this moment, Bai Yi shook her head. We refuse. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Bai Yi looked at Yi Xian. We will not accept orders targeting the previous employer. With that, he turned around and left. He didn't want to take any orders from his previous employer. Giving up on a deal wasn't something to be ashamed of, and it didn't break their principles. However, if they were to take on another job right after giving up, Shenyong's reputation would be tarnished. Who would dare look for trouble with Shenyong in the future? Musu instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Bai Yi and the others leave, and then he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Yi Xian before he looked at Bai Yi. I agree to the conditions you spoke of earlier. My Daybreak City is willing to offer 20 star veins to kill these two. Hearing this, Bai Yi stopped. On the other hand, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it! Has Musu gone mad? In the distance, Bai Yi turned to look at Musu, and the latter spoke in a low voice. Bai Yi, my Daesun City is willing to offer 20 star veins. Bai Yi shook her head. It's too late. We Shenyong give up on this order. Musu was stunned, and then he asked in a low voice. Why? Bai Yi glanced at Musu, and did not answer the question. He turned around, and led the people of the God Yong mercenary group to disappear into the depths of the starry sky. Seeing this, Musu's face turned extremely ugly. The defying one suddenly said, Where did these fellows come from? Yi Xian said with a smile. Go back and ask the Lord of Cold River City. As he spoke, he glanced at Musu. If you want to fight, then fight. You actually called for help. Despicable and shameless. Musu stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian looked at Tian Chun, and pressed his left thumb against the hilt of his sword. After a moment of silence, he chose not to attack. Yi Xian and the defying ones turned and left. In the distance, Tian Chun also turned around and left after a moment of silence. Yi Xian and the defying ones returned to Eternal Night City. Within the Great Hall, Han Zhang's complexion was incomparably gloomy. I never imagined that Daybreak City would actually seek out people from that place. Yi Xian was a little curious. Where did the God Yong mercenary group come from? Han Zhang said in a deep voice, 6 realms. Yi Xian frowned. 6 realms. Han Zhang nodded slightly. His expression was somewhat solemn. It's an extremely terrifying place. It's very far away from us. If our people want to reach there, only the experts of the Free Transformation Realm can do it, because they have to pass through countless space-time storms. Even an embodiment transformation realm expert would be in danger. I have experienced those space-time storms before, and they are indeed terrifying. If one is not careful, one's soul would be destroyed. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What kind of existences are those people in white and the others over there? Don't tell me it's a younger brother? Han Jiang shook his head. Impossible. They are definitely top-notch geniuses and experts over there. There are definitely more embodiment transformation realm experts over there than here. But it's not to the extent that they are everywhere. However, the quality of the experts over there is much higher than here. Yi Xian thought about it, and then said, I suggest that we start a war with Daybreak City directly. Start a war. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Han Jiang and the Defying Ones were both stunned. Han Jiang said in a deep voice, Start a war directly? Yi Xian nodded. Daybreak City has already staked everything on this one throw. They definitely won't give up. In other words, they definitely have a backup plan. Since that's the case, why don't we start a war directly and disrupt their rhythm? Han Jiang was silent. Start a full-scale war. That was very risky. Although they had the advantage, if they started a war directly, the outcome would still be difficult to predict. Because no one knew the true trump cards of both sides. Yi Xian continued. They have already started a war, which means they won't stop. Especially now, after I join Eternal Night City, they will be even more impatient. Because the longer it takes, the more advantageous it will be for us. As he spoke, he looked at Han Jiang. If you were the Daybreak City Lord, what would you do? Han Jiang was silent for a moment, and then he said, Since the gap between the two sides isn't big, we might as well go all out. Yi Xian nodded. Before we left, that Musu was actually willing to use 20 star veins to kill me and the Defying Ones. What does this mean? It means that he is thinking the same as you, and wants to fight to the death. Even if we don't start a war, they will still start a war. Han Jiang was silent for a moment, and then he turned around. Ask all the elders to come to the hall immediately. Not far away, a black shadow left quietly. Soon, all the experts of Eternal Night City arrived at the hall. As for Yi Xian, he left the hall. How to fight was something that Han Jiang and the others should worry about. At this time, the Defying Ones walked to Yi Xian's side, and he looked at Yi Xian. Thank you. Yi Xian smiled. Thank me for what? The Defying Ones whispered. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. Do you still have star veins? The Defying One's expression froze. Yi Xian laughed. Just kidding. As he spoke, he took out a storage ring and placed it in front of the Defying Ones. This was the star vein that the Defying Ones had given him before. The Defying Ones looked at Yi Xian with a puzzled look. This? Yi Xian smiled and said, I don't cheat my friends. With that, he turned around and left. In the same place, the Defying Ones looked at the storage ring in his hand and did not speak for a long time. Yi Xian returned to his own hall. He entered Xiao Ta, and then he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. In the previous battle with He Yan, Bai Yi, and the others, he had gained a lot, especially that state of meditation. When he entered this state, he found that his sword had become completely different. This was something that wasn't there before. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Siam Profound Sword appeared in his hand. After looking at the Siam Profound Sword for a moment, he closed his eyes again. Meditation. At this moment, he once again entered that wonderful state. When his heart calmed down, he found that everything in the world had become clear. With a calm heart, everything was clear. Yi Xian quietly felt everything around him. At this moment, he suddenly found that when he looked at the world with his heart, everything had become a little different. At this moment, he felt that the world was more real. He could clearly feel everything around him, such as the water, the mountains, the surrounding air. Everything around him, everything. People's lives were basically busy for food and clothing. How many people could calm down and feel the universe? In fact, the scenery on the road of life was very beautiful, but few people could stop to appreciate it. Of course, compared to the scenery, food and clothing were more important. In the case of not having enough to eat, everything was nonsense. At this moment, the Siam Profound Sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled. Clearly, it was resonating with him. Yi Xian suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. His thumb gently pressed against the hilt of the Siam Profound Sword. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, don't do anything rash. Yi Xian smiled. All right. As he spoke, he left Xiao Ta and arrived in an unknown galaxy. Yi Xian looked around him, and then gently pushed with his thumb. Slash! The cyan profound sword pierced through the sky. In an instant, the galaxy that he could see was directly annihilated. Yi Xian smiled and opened his palm. The cyan profound sword appeared in his hand. In reality, he really wanted to try using his full strength. Whether it was the battle against Bai Yi and the others or this moment, he had not used his full strength. This was because he had not chosen to use the power of the heavenly realm and the heavenly realm. With the support of these two forces, that sword of his could be considered his strongest move. He did not try it now, because if he did, it would cause too much of a commotion. Moreover, the power would be too great, and the repercussions would be too great. He was still quite close to Eternal Night City. At this moment, Heaven's Hater suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian looked at Heaven's Hater and smiled. "It's you." Heaven's Hater nodded. "The war is about to begin." Yi Xian nodded. Eternal Night City and Daybreak City are about to make a decision. Heaven's Hater looked at Yi Xian. "You're on Eternal Night City's side?" Yi Xian nodded. Heaven's Hater nodded. "I understand." Yi Xian smiled. "This is a crisis, but it is also an opportunity." Heaven's Hater glanced at Yi Xian. "I understand." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the Defying One appeared. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "We have to go." Yi Xian smiled. "Are you ready for the war?" The Defying One nodded. Yi Xian asked, "Is there any movement from Daybreak City?" The Defying One shook his head. "Nothing." Yi Xian frowned. "Something's wrong." The Defying One was stunned. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian said, "Let's go." With that, he disappeared with the Defying One and Heaven's Hater. When they returned to Eternal Night City, Han Jiang had already gathered all the top experts in Eternal Night City. Obviously, they were going to fight to the death with Daybreak City. Seeing Yi Xian, Han Jiang smiled. "We're ready to fight." Yi Xian said. "Just now, the Defying One said there was no movement from Daybreak City. Is that right?" Han Jiang nodded. "I also feel that something's wrong. Logically speaking, they should know that we're going to attack them. But they didn't do anything. It's abnormal." Yi Xian was silent for a moment. "They must have a backup plan." Han Jiang nodded. "They must have a backup plan. I just don't know what it is." Yi Xian looked at Han Jiang. "Do we have a backup plan?" Han Jiang smiled. "Of course. A force that has been passed down for so many years must have some trump cards. Moreover, we have you this time. Our chances of winning are high. However, we can't be careless. Daybreak City has been passed down for so many years. They must have a trump card that we don't know about. Anyway, let's fight first." Yi Xian nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, an old man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The old man said in a low voice, "City Lord, all the powerhouses of Daybreak City are charging towards Evernight City." They attacked first. Everyone in the surroundings frowned when they heard this. Chapter 2061. Something was not right. Han Jiang and the others frowned tightly. The other party actually took the initiative to charge at them. Han Jiang looked at Yi Xian. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "There must be reinforcements." At this point he looked at Han Jiang. "How many star veins do we have now?" Han Jiang hesitated for a moment before he said, 13. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian shook his head. "It's too late. It's too late to find reinforcements now." Han Jiang's expression turned ugly. That Musu must have used all the star veins in Daybreak City to seek outside help. Yi Xian said softly, "If we succeed in destroying the city of Evernight, the dozen or so star veins will be worth it, won't it?" Han Jiang looked at Yi Xian. "Little friendy, in your opinion, what should we do now?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "What else can I do? Of course it's a fight." Han Jiang was stunned for a moment. And then he laughed. "Then let's fight." Fight. The sound was like thunder, shaking the heavens. In the city, countless warriors of the city of Evernight roared together. At this time, several powerful auras came crashing down from the sky above Evernight City. Musu and the others had arrived. On the city wall, Han Jiang looked at Musu, who was in the lead, and said with a smile, "City Lord Musu, I didn't expect you guys to come first." Musu said indifferently, We'll have to fight sooner or later. Why don't we put an end to it today? Han Jiang nodded. You're right. Mu Su raised his right hand and pressed it forward. Kill. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of Daybreak City experts behind him rushed towards Evernight City. The battlefield was the city of Evernight. Han Jiang's eyes flashed with viciousness. Kill. As the sound of his voice faded, countless experts from the Evernight City soared into the sky, heading straight for Mu Su and the others. In the city, Yi Xian looked at the Defying Ones, while the Defying Ones looked at the distant horizon. There, Tianqin was looking at him. After a moment of silence, the Defying One said, Brother Yi, it's up to you now. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot into the sky and headed straight for sky dust. On the city wall, Yi Xian looked at Mu Su, who was in the distance, and the latter was looking at him as well. Yi Xian smiled, then turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Gone. Seeing this, Mu Su frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, Mu Su looked at Han Jiang and said, Han Jiang, although you and I have fought over the years, there has never been a clear winner. Why don't we decide the winner today? Han Jiang smiled and said, As you wish. With that, the two of them disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Yi Xian immediately concealed himself. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Daybreak City must have found reinforcements, and he had hidden himself to find that reinforcements. In the dark, Yi Xian looked around, but found nothing. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly turned around, and as he did, a fist mark flashed towards him. Yi Xian raised his thumb lightly, and the green profound sword flew out. Bang! A wave of sword light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian. In an instant, an afterimage was sent flying thousands of feet away. When the afterimage came to a stop, it was a young man. The man was wearing a tight black robe, and a pair of black and gold arm guards on his arms. Yi Xian looked at the young man and said in a low voice, Xiao Ta, why didn't you warn me that someone was approaching? Xiao Ta said in a low voice, You didn't ask me. Yi Xian's face froze. Right at this moment, the black-robed man sized Yi Xian up, and then he sneered. You're that swordsman. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You know me? The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. I heard Bai Yi and the others didn't join forces to kill you. Yi Xian was about to speak when a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the black-robed man's mouth. Bai Yi and the others are too weak. They can't even deal with trash like you. To think they're ranked third in the mercenary group. Right at this moment, Yi Xian raised his thumb lightly. Hiss! The green profound sword was suddenly unsheathed, and a blood-red sword light tore through the battlefield at an extremely swift speed. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his right arm to block. Bang! Along with an explosion, the bracer on the black-robed man's right arm exploded into pieces, and he was instantly pushed back thousands of meters. When he stopped, his right arm was directly shattered. Yi Xian glanced at the black-robed man who was slightly stunned, and he frowned slightly. So weak? Why are you so weak? Can you be a little stronger? You're so weak that I don't even have the mood to draw my sword. In his body, Xiao Ta sighed softly. This man is too much. He actually dares to verbally attack Little Master. Damn it, if it's in terms of verbal attacks. I'm afraid even 3 strikes wouldn't be a match for Little Master. No one can defeat a shameless person with verbal attacks. When he heard Yi Xian's words, the black-robed man's face instantly turned livid with rage, and he glared fixedly at Yi Xian. How dare you humiliate me? A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. Humiliate you? Do you think you're worthy? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you worth it for me to humiliate you? The black-robed man's eyes were scarlet red. Yi Xian. Yi Xian laughed coldly. Are you a dog? Do you only know how to bark? Come, I beg you to kill me. The black-robed man suddenly roared furiously. In the next moment, his figure leaped up and charged towards Yi Xian. As he charged, a strand of formidable force swept towards Yi Xian like a torrent, and in an instant, the entire starry sky seethed. Yi Xian lightly flicked his thumb. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then a sword flashed through the surroundings. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded in the distance, and then the black-robed man was instantly pushed over 30 kilometers back. This time, only his soul remained when he stopped moving. At this moment the black-robed man was stunned. Yi Xian suddenly spoke with pain. "My God! Why are you so weak? Why are you so weak?" The black-robed man was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and sighed, and then he turned around and left. The black-robed man was slightly stunned. Why isn't he attacking? Suddenly Yi Xian stopped moving. You're too weak. Too weak. Such a weak person like you isn't worthy of dying by my sword. If I were you, I'd choose to buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. I'm not afraid of living if I'm so weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking towards the distance. The black-robed man behind him suddenly roared furiously like a wild beast. "Damnable swordsman! How dare you humiliate me? You!" Yi Xian suddenly stopped moving, and then he turned around to look at the black-robed man. "Come over and hit me. I beg you to come over and kill me. I really want to die." The black-robed man gazed at Yi Xian, as if he was looking at a devil, and even his soul was trembling. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. "I won't speak to you from now onward. You're so weak that you don't have the right to speak to me. I don't speak to trash. Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xiaotao was speechless. The black-robed man was on the verge of going mad. "You can't humiliate me like that. Who can endure it? Anyone with a little bit of courage wouldn't be able to endure it." The black-robed man directly charged towards Yi Xian. All he wanted to do now was to kill Yi Xian, or even perish together with Yi Xian. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of the black-robed man. She flicked her sleeves, and the black-robed man was directly blocked by a mysterious force. The woman wore a simple cotton dress, and her long hair draped behind her. She had a beautiful face, and her body exuded a faint fragrance. On her waist hung a small white pouch with a small Ning character on it. The black-robed man glared at the woman angrily. "Ning Ning, don't you dare stop me." The woman named Ning Ning suddenly waved her right hand lightly. Smack! The black-robed man was directly sent flying by this slap. When he stopped, his soul was completely illusory and almost transparent. At this moment, the black-robed man sobered up. Of course, he also panicked. Just now, he had lost his rationality and forgotten about life and death. Now that his mind was clear, he began to fear death again. Ning Ning glanced coldly at the black-robed man, then turned to look at Yi Xian, who had stopped in his tracks. "Swordsman." Yi Xian sized up Ning Ning, then smiled. "Are you the #1 mercenary corps or Riverside?" Ning Ning looked at Yi Xian. "Riverside." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Let's cut the crap. It's obvious that you've been dragged here by Daybreak City to kill me. Since you're here to kill me, do you choose to fight one-on-one? Or do we choose to fight as a group? If it's one-on-one, we'll fight one-on-one. If it's a group, then I'll call for reinforcements." Ning Ning stared at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian frowned. "Why? Is it hard to choose?" Ning Ning suddenly said, "Who are you?" Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he burst out laughing. Ning Ning frowned slightly. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Xian looked at Ning Ning, and a trace of ridicule appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to come and kill me. Is your Riverside mercenary corps full of idiots?" Ning Ning's eyes narrowed, and she flicked her sleeve. In an instant, the space-time in front of her rippled, and a powerful force passed through countless space-time and slashed towards Yi Xian. An extremely terrifying force. In the distance, Yi Xian lightly pushed with his thumb. The green profound sword flew out. Chi! With this sword, the space-time in front of Yi Xian was directly torn apart. And what was torn apart was Ning Ning's strength. Ning Ning frowned slightly when she saw this scene. Yi Xian looked at Ning Ning and said with ridicule, "Do you know why White Robe abandoned him?" Ning Ning looked at Yi Xian. "I'm really curious." Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword suddenly flew before Ning Ning. "Woman, take a good look at this sword for me, and then think about whether your lowly Six Realms world has a divine weapon of this level." Lowly Six Realms world? Ning Ning frowned slightly, and she glanced coldly at Yi Xian. and then looked at the green profound sword in front of Yi Xian. She hesitated for a moment, and then she grasped the green profound sword. The moment she grasped the green profound sword, her expression changed drastically, and she subconsciously let go of it. At this moment, her eyes were filled with horror. She sensed an extremely terrifying unknown existence in the sword sect. Ning Ning looked up at Yi Xian. "Who the hell are you?" Yi Xian said with ridicule. "Who am I?" Xiao Ta suddenly said, "You're the strongest second generation. The only one." Yi Xian. P.S. Asking for votes. I exploded 3 days ago. I have the confidence to ask for votes. Chapter 2062. The strongest second generation. Hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian's face darkened. At this time, Nan Ning asked again, "Who are you?" Yi Xian looked at Nan Ning and smiled. "Guess. Guess." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the girl named Nan Ning frowned. Damn it, how could she guess? In the distance, Yi Xian didn't make a move. He didn't because he felt several strange auras. These auras were extremely powerful, 2 of them even stronger than the free will realm. Obviously, there were people from the Riverside mercenary group in the dark. He wasn't afraid of one-on-one, but a group fight wouldn't be so fun. Moreover, he always believed that the problem couldn't be solved with fists. In this world there must be love. In the distance, Nan Ning was silent. At this moment she was in a dilemma. Kill. She was confident that she could kill the lone Yi Xian. However, she was a little worried because the man in front of her wasn't an ordinary person. Especially that sword. Just now, when she touched that sword, a trace of fear arose from the depths of her heart. If she killed the man in front of her, there would be great karma. But if she didn't kill him, those 20 star veins, that was enough to raise the strength of the Riverside mercenary group to another level. Moreover, the Riverside mercenary group had never given up. She didn't want to. At this moment, a young man suddenly appeared beside Nan Ning. The man looked at the distant Yi Xian. "You have to make a decision." After a moment of silence, Nanning looked at Yi Xian. "If you are willing to join the Riverside mercenary group, not only can we turn enemies into friends, but the Riverside mercenary group can also help you destroy the Daylily city." Hearing this, the young man looked at Nan Ning stunned. Nan Ning kept staring at Yi Xian, her expression calm. In the distance, Yi Xian shook his head. "I refuse." Nan Ning narrowed her eyes. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes, because I will not accept threats. If you want to fight, I will accompany you at any time." He didn't panic. As long as the Riverside mercenary group didn't participate in the battle, Evernight City wouldn't lose to Daybreak City. The one who should be anxious was Daybreak City. Meanwhile, Nan Ning suddenly said, "Let's go." With that, she turned around and left. The young man by her side was slightly stunned and puzzled, but he didn't ask any questions. He turned around and left. In the surroundings, the auras hidden in the dark also disappeared. In the distance, Yi Xian glanced at An Ning and the others who were leaving, then turned and left. On the other side, the young man walked to An Ning's side. "Nan Ning you," Nan Ning said in a light voice. "If he agreed to join our Riverside, then I would surely kill him." However, he didn't agree. The young man was puzzled. "Why?" Nan Ning's expression was calm. "If he chooses to join us, it proves that he's afraid of us. If he's afraid of us, it means that the power behind him is ordinary. But what does it mean that he chose to refuse to join us under those circumstances? It means that he doesn't fear us at all." When she spoke up to hear, she raised her head to look at the distant secrets of the heavens and said softly, "No wonder Bai gave up." The young man sighed. "What a pity about those 20 star veins." Nanning nodded. "It's indeed a pity." Her heart ached at the thought of those 20 star veins. The young man suddenly said, "Are we going back?" Nanning shook her head. "No." As she spoke, she turned around and said, "We can't come here for nothing." Yi Xian returned to Eternal Night City. At this moment, the sky above Eternal Night City had become a battlefield. Both sides fought fiercely. However, Eternal Night City had the upper hand. After all, this was Eternal Night City. At this moment, the distant Daybreak City, Lord Musu suddenly stopped. He looked at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You." How are you still alive? Yi Xian looked at Mu Su and said with a smile, I killed all your mercenaries. Bullshit. Mu Su suddenly roared. How could you kill them? They are the second strongest mercenary group in the 6 realms. With your strength, it's impossible to kill them. Yi Xian said with a smile. How do you know that I have no men? Mu Su stared at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian suddenly looked at Han Jiang. Han Jiang city lord stall him. Han Jiang nodded. Okay. As his voice fell, he directly rushed towards Mu Su. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian gently raised his thumb, and the profound green sword suddenly flew out from his scabbard. Qi. In the distance, the head of a Dao Ming realm expert from Daybreak City flew out. Blood gushed out like a fountain. It was extremely bloody. Mu Su's eyes almost split apart from rage when he saw this scene. Yi Xian. Yi Xian ignored him and directly disappeared. The next moment, another Dao Ming realm expert from Daybreak City died. With Yi Xian's participation in the battle instantly became one-sided. Because Yi Xian had no opponent. Under the power of embodiment transformation, no one could take a single strike from Yi Xian. In a short period of time, Eternal Night City had completely suppressed the Daybreak City experts in the distance. In the sky, Mu Su's expression was extremely ugly. However, at this moment, he had no ability to change anything. He could only watch as countless Daybreak City experts were killed. However, the experts of Daybreak City were unyielding, and not a single one of them chose to flee. All of them were fighting to the death. However, Eternal Night City didn't show any mercy as well. Yi Xian didn't show any mercy as well. It was extremely foolish to show mercy to one's enemies. Because if Daybreak City was given a chance, then they wouldn't hesitate to annihilate him. Shrill cries resounded incessantly as more and more experts of Daybreak City perished. Suddenly, some experts of Daybreak City had actually chosen to detonate themselves with the intention of taking the experts of Eternal Night City down with them. However, the experts of Eternal Night City didn't retreat at all when facing these experts of Daybreak City, who were unafraid of death. The experts of Daybreak City gradually grew fewer and fewer. It didn't take long for the battle to end. At this moment, the ground outside Eternal Night City was covered in the corpses of the experts of Daybreak City. Their blood had dyed the ground bright red, and the air was suffused with the nauseating smell of blood. Only 2 people remained alive, and it was the city governor of Daybreak City and Tianchen. Mu Su had been surrounded by the experts of Eternal Night City. Mu Su stared blankly at the scene below him, and he seemed as if he'd lost his soul. We've lost. Daybreak City, who'd staked everything on a single throw, had lost in the end. As if he'd thought of something, Mu Su suddenly turned around and gazed into the distance. Jiangpan. The space in the distance trembled slightly, and then a woman walked out. It was Nan Ning. Mu Su suddenly roared like a wild beast when he saw Nan Ning. Jiangpan, where's your professionalism? What happened to killing Yi Xian and annihilating Eternal Night City? Actually, he didn't hate Yi Xian because he and Yi Xian were enemies to begin with, and it was only natural for them to kill each other. What he truly hated was Jiangpan. It was Jiangpan who went back on his word that caused Daybreak City to suffer such a crushing defeat. Nan Ning gazed silently at Mu Su. Mu Su stared fixedly at Nan Ning. Why? Why? Nan Ning shook her head slightly. The information you gave us was wrong. He isn't just a monster. There's someone behind him. Although 20 star veins is a lot, his life is far more than 20 star veins. Hearing this, Mu Su was stunned. The next moment, he turned to look at Yi Xian in the distance. Who the hell are you? Han Jiang and the others also looked at Yi Xian. They had to admit that they were also quite curious about Yi Xian's background. Who the hell was this guy? Nan Ning also looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Everyone, don't be curious about my identity. I'm just an ordinary person who was abandoned by my father. Oh no. I mean an ordinary person who was left to fend for himself. Mu Su suddenly asked, Who is your father? Yi Xian smiled. City Lord Mu Su, I think we shouldn't discuss this anymore. Mu Su took a deep look, and in the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. He didn't escape. He didn't attack Yi Xian either. Instead, he attacked Nan Ning. Obviously, he really hated Nan Ning and the others. If Nan Ning and the others hadn't suddenly betrayed him, then Daybreak City wouldn't have suffered such an outcome. Han Jiang was slightly stunned when he saw Musu attack Nan Ning. He naturally didn't stop Musu because he wished for nothing more than for Musu to fight Nan Ning and the others to the death. Nan Ning gazed at Musu with a calm expression. Right when Musu arrived 300 m away from Nan Ning, the space there suddenly split apart, and then an afterimage flashed by. Musu's pupils constricted. He didn't stop, and he swiftly punched with his right fist. At the instant he punched forward, the space in an area of a few hundreds of thousands of kilometers trembled violently. At this moment, the afterimage suddenly became illusory, and in the next moment, a fist suddenly blasted towards Musu. Rumble! The fist suddenly shattered into pieces, and the afterimage instantly retreated by over 10 kilometers. Meanwhile, a ray of cold light suddenly appeared behind Musu. Musu's pupils constricted, and then he swiftly turned around and raised his arms to block it. Bang! The ray of cold light shattered into pieces, and then Musu instantly retreated by over 1 kilometer. As soon as he stopped moving, a fine silver thread suddenly flew out from the expanse of space behind him. Musu turned around once more, pressed his palms together, and then pressed them forward. Rumble! The space in front of him instantly caved down. The fine silver thread shattered into nothingness. At the same time, a powerful force swept towards Nan Ning. At this moment, Nan Ning suddenly took a step forward, and with this step, he arrived directly above Musu's head. In the next moment, he pressed his fingers together and lightly pointed downwards. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Musu's eyes. Die! As soon as he finished speaking, he moved forward instead of retreating and punched upwards. He went head-on against her. Bang! Meanwhile, the world they resided in was suddenly obliterated. In the next moment, Musu's pupils constricted because his entire right arm had been blasted into nothingness. After that, Nan Ning's right hand pressed down onto his head, and then she clawed lightly in an instant. Hiss! Everyone watched as Musu's head was clawed up into the air, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. The surroundings were silent to the point a falling needle could be heard. Chapter 2063. Kill him. Everyone in the surroundings was looking at Nanning. Needless to say, Yi Xian was quite shocked because Musu's strength was extremely terrifying. Before Nanning attacked, 3 top-rate experts had attacked Musu, but they hadn't been able to kill Musu. Obviously, the experts at the embodiment transformation realm weren't weak. However, Nanning's strength surprised him. Nanning's strength had slightly exceeded his expectations. Han Jiang and the others gazed at Nanning with a trace of fear in their eyes. The strength of this riverside mercenary group from the 6 dimensions isn't just ordinary. Nanning suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. Miss Nanning, well done. All the others were speechless. Nanning gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Meanwhile, Han Jiang suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian. I just found out that they've gone to Daybreak City, and they've obtained the 6 star veins within Daybreak City. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened when he heard this. Nanning suddenly turned around and left. Meanwhile, a shadow flashed down from the sky and shot towards Nanning. It was Tianchun, the last monstrous genius of Daybreak City. Nanning didn't even turn around. Right when Tianchun was about to arrive in front of Nanning, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Nanning, and then a ray of cold light shot out like a waterfall and instantly obstructed Tianchun's path. Rumble! An explosion resounded, and then Tianchun was blasted over 1 kilometer back. A black-clothed man was standing behind Nanning, and he held a dagger in his right hand. Tianchun stared fixedly at the black-clothed man, and was about to attack again. Meanwhile, the defiant spoke abruptly. Tianchun, they're outnumbered. You can't defeat them. Tianchun fell silent. Nanning turned around to glance at Tianchun with a calm gaze. However, she didn't attack, and she just led the other experts along as she vanished into the distance. However, before completely disappearing, she threw Yi Xian, who was next to her. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. He rubbed his face lightly and said, Xiao Ta, that woman keeps looking at me. Could she have taken a liking to me? Xiao Ta. At the side, Han Jiang looked at the corpses around him. After a long silence, he suddenly looked at the experts of Evernight City outside the city and smiled. We won. Victory. All of a sudden, all the warriors in the city of Evernight seethed with excitement. Victory. The Evernight City and the Daybreak City had been fighting for countless years. Today the Evernight City had finally won. Yi Xian looked around, then turned around and left. Yi Xian found Heaven's Loathsome and God Eye. Both of them were still alive. He had been keeping an eye on them. Heaven's Hater looked at Yi Xian. You're leaving? Yi Xian nodded. Heaven's Loathsome asked again. 6 realms? Yi Xian smiled and said, Yes. I want to take a look. Heaven's Loathsome was silent. God, I wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian continued. I will talk to the Lord of Cold River City. He will focus on training the two of you and help you reach the transformation realm as soon as possible. Although Nanning and the others had taken 6 star veins, the Daybreak City had more than that. Conservatively speaking, the Evernight City could get at least 15 star veins. God, I suddenly smiled and said, Brother Yi, wait for us to come find you. Yi Xian smiled and said, All right. Heaven's Hater glanced at Yi Xian and said nothing. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Heaven's Hater and said, Don't call me King Reliance. This time, I didn't rely on others. Haha. As he spoke, he turned around and flew on his sword. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. Heaven's Hater looked at Yi Xian's vanishing figure and said nothing for a long time. At the end of the starry sky, Yi Xian suddenly stopped because the Defying One and Han Jiang had appeared before him. Han Jiang smiled and said, Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Yi Xian smiled and said, Lord of Cold River City, the matter here has come to an end. Han Jiang hesitated for a moment, and then he took out a spatial ring and gave it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was surprised. What are you doing? Han Jiang smiled and said, I know you won't stay here. There are 2 star veins in here. I hope you can use them. 2 star veins. Yi Xian did not refuse. He took the storage ring right away. Thank you so much. Han Jiang shook his head slightly. It's me who should thank you. If it weren't for you, my Evernight City would be finished. If Yi Xian hadn't persuaded the Riverside mercenary group to leave, my Evernight City would have lost. Yi Xian smiled and said, Don't mention it. Strictly speaking, I'm from Evernight City as well. Hearing this, Han Jiang laughed, and then he took out another spatial ring and gave it to Yi Xian. There was another star vein inside. Han Jiang said seriously, Be careful when you're outside. If you meet someone you can't defeat, don't fight them head-on. Staying alive is more important. When you have time, come back more often. Before, he treated Yi Xian as a guest. Now he treated Yi Xian as one of his own. In fact, it wasn't that he wanted to treat Yi Xian as an outsider. Mainly, he felt that Yi Xian didn't treat himself as a member of Evernight City. Yi Xian, the Defying One suddenly asked. Brother Yi, are you going to the 6 realms? Yi Xian nodded and said, I'm going to have a look. Together? The Defying One shook his head slightly. I have to wait. Yi Xian smiled and said, Then I'll wait for you over there. The Defying One nodded and said, Okay. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Where's Tianchen? Tianchen. Han Jiang said, He's gone. We didn't make things difficult for him. Yi Xian looked at Han Jiang. Han Jiang smiled and said, Even if he wants to take revenge, he'll take revenge on the people by the riverside. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. In fact, he could see that although Tianchen and the Defying One were opponents, the two of them definitely appreciated each other. Otherwise, Tianchen wouldn't have come out to stop the God Yong mercenary group. Han Jiang suddenly said, Little friend Yi, take care. Yi Xian smiled and said, Take care. After saying this, he disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Han Jiang looked at the end of the starry sky and said softly, I wonder where this little guy came from. As he said this, he looked at the Defying One. The Defying One shook his head and said, Previously, I thought he was from the Great Matian Domain's sacred bloodline, but now it seems that the Great Matian Domain is just a passerby to him. Han Jiang smiled faintly. I remember that he joined Daylight City in the beginning. Unfortunately, Daylight City actually chased him out. The defying one suddenly said in a deep voice. Daybreak City seems to have another old guy. Han Jiang turned his head to take a look and sneered. That old fart runs faster than anyone else. The defying one nodded slightly and said, I'm going into seclusion for a while. Han Jiang smiled and said, Yes, you have to work hard. The defying one looked at the end of the starry sky, and then turned to leave. On the other side, on a mountain peak, there were 3 people standing there. An old man, a young man, and a woman. The man was Mu Chen, who had befriended Yi Xian that day, and the woman was his sister. The old man was Mu Chen's grandfather, Mu Ming, who was also the previous city lord of Daybreak City. Mu Ming looked into the distance and said softly, I never thought that my Daybreak City would be finished like this. Mu Chen and his sister fell silent. Mu Ming suddenly shook his head and said, If I had listened to your suggestion and personally intervened, things might not have turned out like this. I've underestimated Yi Xian. Sigh. That day, Mu Chen came to him, hoping that he could intervene and mediate the conflict between Yi Xian and the Day-Night City. Unfortunately, he did not take it seriously at that time. He allowed the strong warriors of the Day-Night City to hunt down Yi Xian, which led to Yi Xian completely turning to the Evernight City. If he had listened to Mu Chen's suggestion and intervened, things might have turned out differently. Of course, there were no ifs in this world. At this time, Mu Ming said, The 2 of you should leave. Mu Chen looked at Mu Ming, and Mu Ming said softly, Don't think about revenge. Daybreak City will not be able to take revenge. Mu Chen hesitated for a moment, then bowed slightly and left with his sister. In this place, there was no place for them to stay. Yi Xian and Jiang Ban would not target them, but Eternal Night City would not let them go. Weeds must be cut by the roots. On the side, Mu Ming looked into the distant sky and said nothing. On the other side, Mu Chen walked down the mountain with his sister. The woman said in a low voice, Brother, where are we going now? Mu Chen said, To the 6 worlds. The woman hesitated for a moment and said, Yi Xian will definitely go to the 6 worlds as well. Mu Chen smiled. He won't look for trouble with us. The woman was puzzled. Why? Mu Chen said softly, Because we're no different than ants in his eyes. Would you purposely step on an ant to death? The woman was speechless. At the end of the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. His target this time was the 6 worlds. His target was actually very clear, and that was to ceaselessly search for stronger experts and follow in the footsteps of his father and the others. Right at this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, I suggest that you cultivate for a while first. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Xiao Ta said, I'm afraid that once you go to the 6 worlds, you'll become a little brother again. Don't tell me you've forgotten those bloody lessons in the past? Yi Xian's expression froze. Needless to say, what Xiao Ta said did make some sense. The 6 worlds. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he was about to enter Xiao Ta's body to cultivate. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled slightly, and then it split open. After that, a man who was dressed like a beggar walked out from within it. Needless to say, this man was really wretched, and he was disgusting at first glance. Yi Xian didn't like to judge a book by its cover, but some people were just like that. They were disgusting at first glance. The man gazed at Yi Xian and grinned. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. Who are you? The man roared with laughter. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I want to meet someone. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Meet someone? The man pointed at the sword in Yi Xian's hand, and then he said, I want to meet the person who made this sword. Meet Qing'er? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. The man closed his eyes slowly. I've cultivated in the divine battlefield for 102,000 years, and I've absorbed countless battle intent during this period. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yi Xian with a slightly crazed expression. I'm already invincible in this world. Do you know the loneliness of being invincible? Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2064. Invincible. Yi Xian's expression became strange. What the hell is this? He had been to the divine battlefield, but he did not see this person. In the distance, the man suddenly laughed. He smiled as he looked at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. When this sword appeared in the divine battlefield, countless battle intents in my body instantly boiled. They thirsted for battle. Yi Xian glanced at the man. You are. The man laughed. God of War. Isn't the name I gave myself very domineering? Haha. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta suddenly said. I finally met someone even weirder than Tian Yi. Yi Xian's face darkened. Let him go. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian looked at the man and hesitated. From what I know, the 6 realms also have many experts. Why don't you go there directly? 6 realms. The man's eyes were filled with disdain. After I get rid of this sword maker, I will sweep across the 6 realms and show those ants what true power is. Yi Xian felt a headache. Why don't you sweep across the 6 realms first? The man looked at Yi Xian. What? That sword maker doesn't dare to come out? Yi Xian thought for a while. Then he said, shall we fight? The man glanced at Yi Xian with disdain. You think you're worthy? Yi Xian. The man's expression gradually turned cold. I don't want to waste time with you. Hurry up and ask the sword maker to come out. Yi Xian did not waste any time. He suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, a sword light slashed down from the man's head. Qing'e. He naturally would not do such a thing. Not everyone could see Qing'e. Seeing Yi Xian attack, the man frowned. How dare you attack me? As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he punched forward. An extremely terrifying force swept out with this punch, and it also carried a monstrous battle intent. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword descended. Yi Xian was using the Azure Profound Sword. Facing this fellow of unknown origin, he did not dare to be careless and underestimate him. As Yi Xian slashed down with his sword, boom, an expanse of light suddenly erupted. In the next moment, the man was blasted over 10 kilometers away, and when he stopped, his right hand had split open and countless strands of blood sprayed out. The man was stunned. Yi Xian was also stunned. This guy's hand was crippled just like that? The man looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. You, Yi Xian said solemnly. Are you too weak or am I too strong? The man. Yi Xian's expression became strange. It had to be said that he was really confused. He'd thought that this fellow was an expert, but now it seemed like this fellow wasn't an expert. In the distance, the man gazed at Yi Xian in disbelief. How? How could this be possible? No, this is absolutely impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and charged towards Yi Xian. When he arrived in front of Yi Xian, he suddenly clenched his left hand into a fist, and then he punched towards Yi Xian's face. As soon as he punched out, countless strands of battle intent surged out from his fist, and the space in the surroundings instantly seethed. Yi Xian didn't even think about it, and he used his thumb to block lightly. The Azure Profound Sword slashed forward. Bang! The man didn't even have time to react before he was blasted flying, and he flew for almost 30 kilometers. When he finally stopped, his left hand had been directly torn apart. Now both of his hands were gone. In the distance, Yi Xian was slightly speechless. Damn it! I'd thought that this fellow was an expert, but it turns out that he's just a pretentious fellow, and he still wants to look for Qing. In the distance, the man was slightly dazed. How? How could this be? This? Yi Xian glanced at the man who was about to go mad. Did you cultivate wrongly? The man raised his head and looked at Yi Xian, and roared furiously. Shut up, you ant! As he spoke, he actually charged towards Yi Xian once again. Yi Xian was slightly speechless. He used his thumb to block lightly once more, and the Azure Profound Sword flew out again. This time, it was even faster than before. In the distance, the man's pupils suddenly shrank. He was just about to attack, when he shockingly realized that he couldn't do it anymore. Psst! The Azure Profound Sword pierced directly into the man's chest. Bang! In an instant, the man was directly nailed to the space. It's over. The man stared blankly into the distance. How? How? Is this possible? Yi Xian glanced at the man and frowned slightly. He also felt that something wasn't right. He had sensed the man's battle intent just now, and it was extremely terrifying, causing his heart to palpitate slightly. However, this guy's strength was abnormally weak. Was there a problem somewhere? At this moment, the man's chest suddenly split open, and the next moment, a blood-red beating heart floated out slowly. That heart was filled with endless battle intent. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Heart of battle intent? The man looked at the heart in front of him, and his eyes were still blank. I've already condensed the heart of battle intent. Why is it like this? Why? At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Do you only absorb battle intent? The man looked at Yi Xian. Is there a problem? Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment and said, You only absorb battle intent, and don't cultivate your strength, right? The man was even more confused. Is there a problem? Xiao Ta sighed softly. You're really a talent. The man, Yi Xian, was a little confused. Xiao Ta, do you know what's going on? Xiao Ta said, It's very simple. This guy has been absorbing battle intent for hundreds of thousands of years, but he doesn't cultivate. He only absorbs battle intent. This is like a guy who only cultivates moves and doesn't cultivate inner strength. Although he won't be weak, if he meets a real powerhouse, he won't be able to withstand a single blow. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This analogy is not suitable. Change it. Xiao Ta was speechless. He thought for a moment, and then continued to say, Simply put, this guy only absorbs battle intent, but doesn't cultivate strength. His battle intent is very strong, but what's the use of just having a strong battle intent? If battle intent doesn't have a strong power to support it, it's very useless. It's just like how you only eat without eating vegetables. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What the hell is this analogy? Xiao Ta was a little angry. I'm just a Ta. Yi Xian. In the distance, the man suddenly said with a trembling voice, Did I cultivate wrong? Yi Xian looked at the man. You didn't cultivate wrong. You didn't cultivate at all. The man, Yi Xian, was also a little speechless. There's actually such a person who absorbs battle intent every day and doesn't cultivate at all. He absorbed enough battle intent. But what's the use? He's putting the cart before the horse. The man suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Then, what about me? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, That's easy. This heart of battle intent of yours isn't very useful to you, but you can give it to me. I'll help you develop it. Hearing this, the man said angrily, You want to steal my heart of battle intent? Don't you dare you. Yi Xian's green profound sword suddenly disappeared between the man's brows. Hiss! The man froze on the spot and couldn't move. In the next moment, his soul started to be absorbed by the green profound sword. The man glared at Yi Xian angrily. How can you do this? Yi Xian said seriously, You're the one who came to me. The man. When he saw that the man intended to say something, Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the green profound sword completely absorbed the man's soul. After he absorbed the man's soul, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. After that, he gazed at the heart of battle intent and said softly, How do I use this thing? Xiao Ta said, Just absorb it directly. Absorb it directly. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then a strand of sword intent enveloped the heart of battle intent. In the next moment, the heart of battle intent entered his chest. Bang! In an instant, boundless battle intent erupted from Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's eyes opened wide, and his entire body started to tremble violently. In next to no time, the boundless battle intent was absorbed by Yi Xian. He'd comprehended battle intent in the past, but the battle intent he'd comprehended was truly too weak when compared to this battle intent. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, even though he'd comprehended battle intent in the past, he'd started to focus on sword intent later on. So his battle intent wasn't strong at all. Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta's body directly, sat down cross-legged, and then activated the energy of his bloodline, because he noticed that the battle intent was truly too terrifying, and his body was slightly unable to endure it. So, he had to suppress it with the energy of his bloodline and absorb it slowly. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, the battle intent around Yi Xian gradually calmed down. At this moment, he'd absorbed more than half of it. 3 days later, sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The space-time in front of him was boiling. Battle intent. At this moment, he had completely absorbed the battle will heart. After absorbing the battle will heart, his own heart became the battle will heart. Needless to say, Yi Xian was extremely excited at this moment, because the battle intent was truly formidable. After he absorbed it, his overall strength had improved by at least a level, and this battle intent would be one of his trump cards when he fought others in the future. The battle intent that he'd absorbed for hundreds of thousands of years. At the thought of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. This was simply too exhilarating. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the azure profound sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying battle intent enveloped his entire body, and the azure profound sword in his hand began to tremble slightly under the support of the battle intent. Fight! At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes gradually turned scarlet. It wasn't because of his bloodline, but because once the battle intent was activated, it would make one want to fight uncontrollably. At this moment, even he himself felt that he could fight Qing. When he realized this, Yi Xian was shocked, and he quickly retracted the battle intent. Damn it! This battle intent can make people feel smug. Now, he finally understood why that man was so smug. There was a big reason for this battle intent. Chapter 2065. After withdrawing his battle intent, Yi Xian felt his mind become clearer. That battle intent could really affect a person's mind. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, do you want to go to the Milky Way to play?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why do you want to go to the Milky Way?" Xiao Ta hurriedly said, "Go to play. It's fun there. Moreover, Sister Tian Ming is there too. Don't you want to see her?" Yi Xian smiled. "Xiao Ta, you are the one who wants to see Qing." Xiao Ta was silent. Yi Xian was a little curious. "You want to see Qing, so that she can help you modify it?" Xiao Ta softly sighed. "Yes. I am completely your cultivation room now. I don't have any sense of existence. To be honest, I am not very happy. I don't want to become like the Prism Pagoda, slowly forgotten." Prism Pagoda? Yi Xian was stunned, then said, "I don't know if you don't tell me. I still have the Prism Pagoda." Prism Pagoda? Xiao Ta softly sighed. "When needed, the pagoda is a treasure. When not needed, the pagoda is just a blade of grass. Tragic." Yi Xian suddenly said, "I remember that there are still 3 levels of the Prism Pagoda not opened." 3 levels? Xiao Ta asked. "Young master, do you want to open it? With your current strength, opening it should be a piece of cake." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then smiled. "Not opening it?" Xiao Ta did not understand. "Why?" Yi Xian laughed. "Leave it for my son to open." Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, then said, Awesome." Yi Xian did not choose to go to the Milky Way in the end. Why go to the Milky Way now? He did not have time to play. After leaving Xiao Ta, Yi Xian headed straight to the 6 realms. Regarding the 6 realms, he had obtained some information from Han Jiang. However, it was not much, because Han Jiang had never been to the 6 realms. As the name suggested, the 6 realms was a universe formed by 6 worlds. Each world had a superpower. As for the status of those mercenary groups in the 6 realms, he didn't know. Therefore, he didn't know the overall strength of the 6 realms. Meanwhile, the tiny pagoda said abruptly, "Young master, you seem to still not have summoned the energy of the universe until now." Yi Xian smiled and said, "With my current strength, do I need to borrow power?" Xiao Ta hesitated for a while, then said, "Little Lord's words have become unyielding now. I hope you will always be strong." Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian didn't waste any more time talking to the small tower. He increased his speed, and used the Qingxian sword to travel through space and time. But even so, he still spent almost half a month to arrive at the 6 realms. The 6 realms were the Ancient Realm, God Realm, Netherworld, Heavenly Realm, Meru Realm, and Spirit Realm. As soon as Yi Xian arrived in the 6 realms, a woman appeared before him. Yi Xian was slightly stunned and surprised when he saw this woman. This woman was none other than Nan Ning. Nan Ning looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled lightly. Miss Nan Ning, are you here to pick me up? Nan Ning frowned slightly. What makes you think I'm here to pick you up? Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. So you're not here to pick me up? Nan Ning glanced at Yi Xian. What are you doing in the 6 realms? Yi Xian smiled. To experience the 6 realms. Nan Ning fell silent. Yi Xian blinked. Am I not welcome? Nan Ning's face was expressionless. The 6 realms aren't mine. So what right do I have to not welcome you? Yi Xian smiled. Miss Nan Ning, can you introduce the 6 realms to me? Nan Ning's expression was calm. What do you want to know? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, What's the name of the number 1 mercenary group? Nan Ning frowned slightly. Why are you asking that? Could it be that you want to join that mercenary group? Yi Xian smiled. No, I'm just curious. Nan Ning didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Nan Ning, I think you're waiting for me here for something, right? Nan Ning glanced at the surroundings and said, Let's go somewhere else. As she spoke, she turned around and left. Yi Xian smiled. And then he followed her. Nan Ning led Yi Xian into a teleportation channel. And it didn't take long for the two of them to travel swiftly through the spatial tunnel. Yi Xian asked, Where are we going? Nan Ning said, The ancient plane. Yi Xian nodded slightly and was about to ask something. But the two of them had already left the spatial tunnel. And then an enormous ancient city appeared before them. The ancient city was situated between 2 mountains. And there was an ocean in front of it. It was impossible to see the end of the ocean. Nan Ning suddenly said, The ancient city is the largest city in the ancient plane. And it's the territory of the ancients. The ancients have occupied the ancient city for almost 10 million years. And their resources are unimaginably deep. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. And then he asked, Miss Nan Ning, what level of existence does your mercenary group belong to in the 6 realms? Nan Ning glanced at Yi Xian. Take a guess. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Nan Ning didn't answer Yi Xian's question, and she just led Yi Xian to the city gate. She opened her palm, and a small bag flew to the guard at the gate. The guard skillfully put away the bag and let them pass. After entering the city, Nan Ning suddenly said, You can cause trouble here, but don't provoke the ancients. If you provoke them, Yi Xian suddenly asked, If they provoke me, what should I do? Nan Ning glanced at Yi Xian. If you have a backer, and that backer is stronger than the ancients, then you can kill him. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. I understand. Nan Ning said, It's good that you understand. You better keep a low profile here. After saying that, she quickly walked into the distance. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young lord, I feel that your understanding and her understanding are not the same. Do you want to communicate with her again? Yi Xian was speechless. Soon, Nan Ning brought Yi Xian to a small building. The building wasn't tall, and it only had 3 floors. After entering the small building, a delicate and pretty lady welcomed them, and she bowed slightly to Nan Ning. Captain. Nan Ning nodded slightly, and then she led Yi Xian upstairs. Soon, Nan Ning brought Yi Xian to a small pavilion. From the window of the pavilion, they could see the streets below, and the scenery was pretty good. Nan Ning sat down, and she looked at Yi Xian. Can you tell me why you're here? Yi Xian sat opposite Nan Ning, and then he said, I want to see a stronger expert. Nan Ning looked at Yi Xian, and she didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Nan Ning, don't look at me like that. I'll feel a little embarrassed. Xiao Ta was speechless. After a moment of silence, Nan Ning said, Young Master Yi, I can't see through you. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Miss Nan Ning, why do I feel that you're very wary of me? Nan Ning looked at Yi Xian. You're not an ordinary person, but you give me the feeling that you're bragging. I really can't understand you. Are you really awesome, or are you just bragging? Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, the delicate and pretty lady from before came in with 2 cups of spirit tea. She put the spirit tea on the table, and then she quietly retreated. Yi Xian glanced at the delicate and pretty lady, and he found that the strength of this delicate and pretty lady was actually Prakrit transformation. Prakrit transformation? Damn! Prakrit transformation was already everywhere in this place. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. At this time, Nan Ning said again, "Young Master Yi, who are you? Where did you come from?" Yi Xian smiled, and then said, "Miss Nan Ning, why are you so curious about me?" Nan Ning pointed at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. "This sword of yours is very unusual." Yi Xian blinked. "Miss Nan Ning, I just want to understand the 6 realms. If you're not willing to tell me, it's alright, I'll ask someone else." After saying that, he got up and left. Nan Ning frowned slightly. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian ignored her and directly walked out. At this time, the delicate and pretty lady suddenly blocked in front of Yi Xian, and she looked straight at Yi Xian. "Leader is calling you." Yi Xian looked at the delicate and pretty lady. "Get out of my way." The delicate and pretty lady looked straight at Yi Xian, without the slightest intention of giving way. Not only that, her eyes were filled with undisguised condescension, just like a human looking at an ant. Yi Xian suddenly used his thumb to lightly push. Wang! The green profound sword was suddenly unsheathed. The pretty lady's eyes instantly narrowed at the instant that the sword was drawn. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually attack in a place like this. However, her reaction was extremely swift, and she slapped her palm forward lightly. It was very light, and it seemed like it was made of cotton. Bang! An expanse of sword light suddenly erupted. In an instant, the entire pavilion was directly shattered and obliterated, whereas that delicate and pretty woman was directly slashed into a mysterious space-time abyss by Yi Xian's sword strike. Not only that, but the right hand that she used to collide head-on with Yi Xian had even shattered. A single sword strike had shattered her hand. The pretty lady was slightly dazed. She hadn't expected that her right hand would actually be gone just like that. Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Nan Ning suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "What's the meaning of this?" Yi Xian's expression was calm. "Miss Nan Ning, I've come with you because I want to find out about the 6 realms from you, not to be interrogated by you. Of course, I won't force you if you're unwilling to tell me. But why is your subordinate stopping me? What does she want to do?" Nan Ning stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Then you attacked?" Yi Xian nodded. "Is there a problem?" Nan Ning's eyes narrowed as she looked at Yi Xian, and a ghastly cold light flickered in her eyes. Yi Xian walked over to Nan Ning and grinned. "Miss Nan Ning, to be honest, I don't know why things have developed to this state. Really, I merely wanted to find out about the 6 realms from you. Of course, it would be good if we could be friends, but it seems like that won't be possible now." As he spoke, he glanced at the pretty lady in the distance. "I really don't like the look in your eyes. Besides that, you don't have the right to look down on me like that. If you look at me like that again, believe me, it'll be the last time you look at me in this lifetime." With that, he turned around and left. P.S. I've exploded before. Please vote. Chapter 2066. As soon as Yi Xian left, the woman clenched her right fist tightly. Obviously, she still intended to attack. Even though Yi Xian was formidable, Yi Xian's cultivation was very low, so others would subconsciously look down on him. Right at this moment, Nan Ning suddenly looked at the pretty woman and shook his head. The woman hesitated for a moment before she let go. Nan Ning looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi." However, Yi Xian paid no attention to her and vanished into the distance. Nan Ning frowned slightly. The woman walked over to Nan Ning's side and spoke in a low voice. "Leader, who is he?" Nan Ning fell silent for a moment before she said, "A fellow of mysterious origins." The woman's expression was calm, but a cold glow flashed through her eyes. "What gives him the right to be so arrogant?" Nan Ning shook her head slightly and remained silent. She looked out the window with a trace of worry in her eyes, because Yi Xian's origins were truly too mysterious. She'd investigated Yi Xian through various methods, but she hadn't found any clues. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in black armor appeared here, and he looked at Nan Ning and spoke in a low voice. "Young miss, is someone causing trouble?" Nan Ning shook her head slightly. It's nothing. You may leave. The man hesitated for a moment before he turned around and vanished. Nan Ning gazed at the woman. Pay attention to him in secret and don't offend him. The woman nodded slightly. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished. Nan Ning gazed into the distance while a trace of bewilderment flashed through her eyes. That sword. After Yi Xian left, he walked directly towards the depths of the city. The ancient city. Yi Xian sized up the surroundings. The buildings in the surroundings were suffused with an ancient aura. And there were some extremely obscure and formidable auras in the city as well. There were quite a number of experts in the city. However, Yi Xian was quite curious. Would there be experts above the embodiment transformation realm in the city? With that question in mind, Yi Xian walked towards the depths of the city. Not long after he walked, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw a man looking at him from afar. Seeing this man, Yi Xian was stunned. He recognized this man. He was He Yan, a member of the Divine Yong mercenary group. However, at this moment, He Yan's physical body had already recovered. Upon seeing Yi Xian, He Yan was slightly taken aback. Evidently, he did not expect to meet Yi Xian here. Yi Xian smiled. Brother He Yan, what a coincidence. He Yan's expression was a little strange. Yi Xian walked to He Yan and smiled. Brother He Yan, what are you doing here? He Yan hesitated for a while then said, accept the job. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. Work. He Yan nodded. Yi Xian looked behind He Yan. Behind him, there was a task board with many notices. Yi Xian was a little curious. He walked to the front of the mission board and glanced at it. Then, he realized that the rewards for these missions weren't low. One of them was to escort a person, and the reward was actually 22 star veins. 22 veins. Yi Xian pointed at the mission board excitedly. Brother He Yan, could this be a scam? He Yan glanced at Yi Xian. No, because in order to post the notice, you have to pay a 30% deposit to the Mercenary Association. Moreover, after you complete the mission, if the other party breaks the contract, you will be attacked by all the mercenaries. Even the 6 major forces wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Yi Xian looked at He Yan. Mercenary Association? He Yan pondered for a moment then said, an organization formed by various large mercenaries. Yi Xian nodded. He looked at the mission board. At this moment, He Yan shook his head. You can't accept this job. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? He Yan sighed in a low voice. Do you know who posted this mission? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. He Yan said. It's the spiritual realm princess, but she's the previous one. Not long ago, there was a change in the spiritual realm. The old spiritual king fell for unknown reasons. Originally, the spiritual realm princess was supposed to inherit the throne. However, the second in command of the spiritual realm, Elder Ling Tian, suddenly announced that he would inherit the throne and control the spiritual realm. Thus, the spiritual realm princess escaped to this ancient realm. And she posted this mission in the hope that someone would escort her to the faraway spiritual palace temple. Yi Xian frowned. The spiritual palace temple? He Yan nodded. That is a very sacred place to the spiritual realm. If she goes there, even if Ling Tian had 100 guts, she wouldn't dare to attack the living beings of the spiritual realm. However, she definitely won't let the spiritual realm princess go there. After all, as long as the spiritual realm princess is alive, it's a threat to her rule. After all, she's the rightful successor. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, the reason the spiritual realm doesn't come to the ancient realm to capture her is because they have a conflict with the ancient realm? He Yan nodded slightly. The ancient realm and the spiritual realm have always been on bad terms. Because the ancient clan once captured many living beings of the spiritual realm. The two clans even fought in the past, and almost went to an all-out war. Although it calmed down in the end, these two forces have always been at odds. Yi Xian roughly understood when he heard this. The ancient clan obviously wanted the spiritual realm princess to stay here, to annoy the spiritual realm. However, the ancient clan would absolutely not fight the spiritual realm, to the death, just for the spiritual realm princess. Meanwhile, He Yin suddenly asked, "Why are you here?" Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and smiled. "I'm here for a stroll." He Yin glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the mission posted by the Spiritual Realm Princess on the mission panel suddenly vanished. Both of them were slightly stunned. Meanwhile, a new mission appeared on the panel, and it was posted by the Spiritual Realm Princess. However, both of them were stunned when they saw the contents of the mission. The mission hadn't changed, but the reward had. The reward had changed from 22 star veins to 52 star veins. 52 star veins. Both of them thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them when they saw the number. 52 star veins. Yi Xian gazed at He Yin, and the latter hesitated for a moment before he said, Brother Yi, farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. More and more divine senses appeared here. Obviously, the reward announced by the Radiant Realms Princess had tempted countless experts. Yi Xian glanced at the mission invitation, and he was a little shocked. 52 star veins. That was absolutely a huge sum. Perhaps some would be tempted and take the risk. There would definitely be brave men under such a great reward. Right at this moment, He Yin, who'd left earlier, appeared once more. Yi Xian gazed at He Yin and was about to speak when He Yin spoke first. "Brother Yi, our leader invites you to meet him." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "By Yi?" He Yin nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled. "What does he want me to do?" He Yin smiled embarrassedly. "I don't know. Young Master Yi will know once you get there." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Then you lead the way." He Yin was overjoyed when he saw Yi Xian agree, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, please." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Under He Yin's lead, Yi Xian arrived at a black hall. After entering the hall, Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, there were 4 people in the hall, and he knew 2 of them. They were Bai Yi and Nan Ning. Besides them, there was a fat man who wore a loose and luxurious robe. His belly was so big that it seemed like he'd been pregnant for 10 months. Beside the fat man was a man in black clothes. The man held a slender jade flute in his left hand, and there was a faint smile on his face. After bringing Yi Xian to the hall, He Yin left. Bai Yi suddenly stood up and walked in front of Yi Xian, and he smiled. "Welcome." Although they were enemies in the past, it was because of their interests. But now, there was no conflict of interest between them. Yi Xian smiled. "Leader Bai Yi, did you ask me to come here because of the spiritual princess?" Bai Yi nodded. "Yes." As he spoke, he sat at the side, and then looked at Yi Xian. "Please sit." Yi Xian sat on one of the seats, and he glanced at the fat man and the man in black clothes. At this moment, the 2 of them were also looking at him. At this moment, Bai Yi suddenly explained, "Brother Yi, these 2 are the leader of the Tuanzi mercenary group, Fatty Dragon, and the leader of the Divine Pavilion mercenary group, Xiaonia." Tuanzi mercenary group, Fatty Dragon. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression instantly became a little strange. This fat guy actually came up with such an interesting name. At this moment, Fatty Dragon looked at Yi Xian, and he smiled. "Brother Yi, if you think it's funny, you can laugh out loud, haha." Yi Xian smiled. "Your name is indeed interesting." Fatty Dragon glanced at Yi Xian, and he smiled. "I wonder who Brother Yi is?" As he spoke, he looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi glanced at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian. Yi Xian." There was only one word. Hearing this, Fatty Dragon frowned slightly. At this moment, Bai Yi suddenly said, "Everyone, what do you think about the spiritual princess mission?" Xiaonia smiled. "It's very tempting, but it's very risky. Moreover, as long as we leave the city, that person from the spiritual realm will definitely besiege us at all costs. With just us mercenary groups, we won't be able to withstand the crazy counterattack of the spiritual realm." Fatty Dragon nodded slightly. The reason why the spiritual princess suddenly increased the remuneration, there must be some movement from the spiritual realm. As he spoke, he looked at Nan Ning. Nan Ning was silent for a moment, and he said, "As far as I know, the spiritual realm is already negotiating with the ancient race, but I don't know the details." At this moment, Xiaonia suddenly smiled. "Unless they are also willing to join, We won't be able to complete this mission with just the few of us. Everyone was silent. Naturally, they were referring to the number 1 mercenary group. Bai Yi suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, what do you think? Hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment in the next moment, he seemed to have felt something, and he directly turned and disappeared from the hall. In the hall, everyone was a little confused. What was going on? Inside the hall, Bai Yi and the others looked at each other, their faces full of doubt. Outside the hall, Yi Xian was running on his sword, and within his body, Xiao Ta said anxiously, Young lord, quick, go to the left, quick, faster. Yi Xian. Chapter 2067. Yi Xian was running on his sword. He was doing this because of Xiao Ta. Of course, he didn't know what Xiao Ta had sensed. Xiao Ta was only telling him to run in that direction. Although he was puzzled, he chose to believe Xiao Ta. After all, although Xiao Ta wasn't reliable, he wouldn't make such a joke. At this moment, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned and was about to attack. Xiao Ta quickly said, Don't! Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Lil Tower, what did you discover? Xiao Ta said, Someone is asking Little White for help. Yi Xian frowned. Asking Little White for help? Xiao Ta said, Yes. It's not far away from you. Yi Xian looked into the distance. There was an illusory white palace below him. Yi Xian was about to step forward when the space in front of him trembled slightly. Then a woman in black armor showed up in front of him. It wasn't a human. It was a spirit. As for what kind of spirit it was, Yi Xian didn't know. The woman looked at Yi Xian with hostility in her eyes. At this moment, the Tendo mark on Yi Xian's forehead lit up. The woman was stunned when she saw the Tendo mark, and then she asked, You are? The hostility in her eyes had vanished. Yi Xian said in his heart, Xiao Ta, what should I say? Xiao Ta said after a moment of silence, Ask her who's asking Little White for help. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Who's asking Little White for help? The woman frowned. Little White. Xiao Ta's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. It's the Spirit Patriarch. Yi Xian said. It's the Spirit Patriarch. Spirit Patriarch. Hearing this, the woman's eyes instantly narrowed. At this moment, vigilance appeared in her eyes. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from below. Since he has the mark of the Tendo, he is not a bad person. Let him in. The armored woman hesitated for a moment before looking at Yi Xian. Please. Under the guidance of the armored woman, Yi Xian arrived at a large white hall. Inside the hall stood a woman. She wore a long snow-white dress, and her long hair draped over her back. Her body emitted a faintly discernible wave of spirit qi. Princess of the spirit world. When Yi Xian saw the woman in front of him, he guessed her identity. The spirit realm princess looked at Yi Xian. You are? Yi Xian asked in a grave voice. Are you seeking guidance from the spirit patriarch? The princess was slightly stunned, and then she said, How do you know? Yi Xian asked in his heart, Xiao Ta, how did you know? Xiao Ta spoke indifferently. I'm best friends with Whitey. Thank you. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the spirit realm princess who stood before Yi Xian said, Who are you? Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and gazed at the spirit realm princess. He was slightly speechless. If he said that the spirit patriarch belongs to me, then I wonder if he would be beaten up. He knew that Whitey had an extremely high status in the hearts of these spirits. Suddenly, Xiao Tao appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he floated over to the spirit realm princess. Have you contacted Whitey? Whitey. The spirit realm princess hesitated for a moment before she said, There's no response. Xiao Tao said, How did you contact her? The spirit realm princess withdrew a white box. Xiao Tao fell silent for a moment before he said, You've met Whitey? The spirit realm princess spoke in a low voice. She left this for my father all those years ago, and then my father gave it to me. Xiao Tao sighed in a low voice. Since you were able to make Whitey keep this box, then it proves that you should have a good relationship with her. Since that's the case, why don't you just ask Master for a strand of sword energy? Isn't that safer than this box? Don't you know that since Whitey and Aria went to the Milky Way galaxy, she's become fancier? She's unreliable now as well. Yi Xian was speechless. The spirit realm princess frowned slightly. Sword energy? Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said. She didn't respond? The spirit realm princess nodded. Yes, Xiao Ta said in a low voice. She might not have time to care about you now. The spirit realm princess was slightly puzzled. Why? Xiao Ta said. Because Sister Tianming has gone there. I'm afraid her life with Aria isn't very good. The spirit realm princess was even more puzzled. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly floated over to the box, and then he lightly knocked on the white box. The box trembled slightly, and then a strand of dazzling light erupted from it. In the next moment, the space in front of it trembled slightly, and it wasn't long before an illusory little white fellow appeared in front of everyone. Whitey. The spirit realm princess's expression instantly changed when she saw Whitey, and she hurriedly bowed deeply. Whitey glanced at Xiao Ta and Yi Xian, and then she pouted and seemed slightly aggrieved. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and asked, "What's wrong?" Whitey waved its little claws swiftly. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. How could he understand it? He immediately looked at Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, "She said that Aria was beaten up by Sister Tianming." Yi Xian's expression froze. Meanwhile, the spirit realm princess suddenly looked at Whitey, and then she bowed deeply again and said, "Spirit ancestor, please save her." Whitey looked at the spirit realm princess. She hesitated for a moment, and then pointed at Yi Xian. The spirit realm princess was puzzled, and was about to ask something. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the screen, and then the screen disappeared. The spirit realm princess's expression froze. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Xiao Ta. "Qing'er won't act recklessly, right?" Xiao Ta said in a low voice. "I don't know." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta said again, "I don't think so. Sister Tianming won't deliberately go to the Milky Way to beat Aria. She must have some other purpose for going there." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "That's good." He still had a good impression of Whitey and Aria. At this moment Xiao Ta said, "When Whitey disappeared just now, she asked you to help her." Yi Xian looked at the spirit realm princess. "Her?" Xiao Ta said. "Yes." Yi Xian had a headache. "How can I help her?" Xiao Ta said. "Do as you see fit." Yi Xian was speechless. He found that he couldn't help her. Whitey's matter was equivalent to the Yang family's matter. There was nothing wrong with that. Yi Xian looked at the spirit realm princess and hesitated. "Princess, Whitey is in some situation now. She can't come here for the time being. Why don't I send you to the spirit palace?" The spirit realm princess looked at Yi Xian. "You know the spirit ancestor?" Yi Xian nodded. "Of course. After all, we are a family." The spirit realm princess was speechless. Yi Xian said again, "Did something happen when you asked Whitey for help just now?" The spirit realm princess nodded. "I just got the news that this Ling Tian may be trying to persuade the ancient world. Once she really convinces the ancient realm, then." At this point, she didn't say anything else. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "You sent out a mission before and asked someone to send you to the spirit palace. Will you be safe if you go there?" The spirit realm princess nodded. "That is a place left by the spirit ancestor. As long as I enter that place, the Ling Tian won't dare to do anything to me." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The spirit realm princess said. "Because when the spirit ancestor created that place, she set a ban there. She forbade any spirit from killing each other. If there is a violation, all the spirits in the world can kill them together." Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "Does her order not work in other places?" The spirit realm princess nodded. "Strictly speaking, it doesn't work. Because when she spoke, she only said it was in the spirit palace." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "If she says that the spirits in the world can't kill each other, will you abide by it in this place?" The spirit realm princess was silent for a long time before she said, "If she is here, everyone will abide by it. If she is not here," Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "But she is not here now. So if you go to the spirit palace, the Ling Tian might also attack you, right?" The spirit realm princess shook her head. "No. As long as you go there, the Ling Tian definitely won't dare to do anything, because that is the residence of the spirit ancestor. No matter how bold she is, she won't dare to do anything in the residence of the spirit ancestor. Even if she does, she won't be afraid. Because once she does, it means that she doesn't respect the spirit ancestor. At that time, even the experts of the spirit realm won't respect her anymore. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "If the spirit ancestor is here, and she says she wants you to be the king of the spirit realm, you can be the king of the spirit realm, right?" The spirit realm princess glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. Yes. Yi Xian's expression froze. At that moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, you still don't quite understand Xiaobai's position in the hearts of the spirit realm. How should I put it? Xiaobai's position in the hearts of the spirit realm is like. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Like what? Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment and said, "Like rice in the eyes of a mouse." Yi Xian's expression immediately darkened. "Big brother, I beg you. Can you change the analogy?" Xiao Ta said angrily. "Young master, how long will it take for you to understand that I'm just a tower? A tower? I'm just a tower." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued. "In any case, Xiaobai is very sacred in the hearts of the spirit realm. No spirit dares to disobey her. Moreover, if she is willing to help a spirit, she can greatly increase the upper limit of that spirit's growth. Of course, the most important thing is that she can also easily destroy a spirit. Before her, the spirit ancestor is completely powerless. She can absolutely suppress her." Yi Xian said softly, "She's that fierce." Xiao Ta said, "Not just ordinarily fierce. So what the princess said is right. As long as you go to the spirit palace, that Ling Tian won't dare to do anything to her. No matter how powerful she is, she definitely won't dare to disrespect Xiaobai." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, "We are Xiaobai's friends. That Ling Tian won't dare to do anything to us, right?" Xiao Ta thought for a long time and then said, "In theory that should be the case. But I feel like there's something wrong." Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Ta thought for a long time and said, "There doesn't seem to be anything wrong." Yi Xian said, "Then there doesn't seem to be any problem." Xiao Ta nodded. "There's no problem. Let's do it. I had a dream yesterday. I'm number 1 on the monthly votes. I got up and saw. I decided to continue dreaming." Chapter 2068. Let's do it. Yi Xian looked at the spirit realm princess and smiled. "Do you know the spirit palace shrine?" The spirit realm princess nodded. "Of course," Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Princess, I have a way to take you directly to the spirit palace shrine, but I need your cooperation." The spirit realm princess looked at Yi Xian. "How do I cooperate?" Yi Xian walked in front of the spirit realm princess, and then he opened his palm. "Put your hand in mine, and then think of the spirit palace shrine. I'll take you there directly." Hearing this, the spirit realm princess was stunned. At this moment, the woman in black armor immediately stood in front of the spirit realm princess, and she looked at Yi Xian with an unfriendly gaze. At this moment, the spirit realm princess suddenly said, "Step back." The woman in black armor hesitated for a moment, and then she retreated to the side. The spirit realm princess looked at Yi Xian. He has the Tendo's mark, which proves that he is not a person with dirty thoughts. I believe him. As she spoke, she walked in front of Yi Xian, and then she put her right hand in Yi Xian's hand. It felt warm in the hand. Yi Xian looked at the spirit realm princess. "Think of the location of the spirit palace shrine." The spirit realm princess nodded slightly, and then she slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Young master, it seems that we don't need to hold hands to feel where the other person wants to be, right?" Yi Xian said in his heart, "It's none of your business." Xiao Ta was speechless. Before long, Yi Xian suddenly said, "It's done." The spirit realm princess looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian looked at the woman in black armor. "Do you want to take her with you?" The woman in black armor was speechless. The spirit realm princess nodded. "Yes, Yi Xian nodded slightly. He opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot with the two women. However, when the three of them entered the space-time tunnel, their expressions instantly changed. The next moment, an extremely terrifying force suddenly descended from the sky, directly suppressing Yi Xian and the other two. Rumble! The three of them returned to their original positions. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the horizon. In the distant horizon, he could faintly see a woman, and that woman was currently looking down at the three of them. The Radiant Dimension Princess spoke in a low voice. Ling Tian. Yi Xian glanced at the woman standing on top of the clouds with a solemn look in his eyes. Unfathomable. With his current strength, very few people could give him this kind of feeling, but this woman gave him this kind of feeling. Not simple. At this time, Ling Tian coldly glanced at Yi Xian, then turned around and disappeared. The Spirit Realm Princess looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. He never expected that she would be able to obstruct him in the space-time tunnel. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian looked at the Spirit Realm Princess. Do you trust me? The Spirit Realm Princess nodded slightly. I do, Yi Xian said. Don't resist. As he spoke, a mysterious force enveloped the Spirit Realm Princess. The latter was slightly stunned, but she really didn't resist. In the next moment, she entered Xiao Ta's body. As soon as she entered Xiao Ta, both the Spirit Realm Princess and the woman in black armor were stunned. Yi Xian paid no attention to them. He glanced at the sky, and then he turned around and left. As soon as he turned around, he vanished without a trace. Yi Xian left the ancient city and headed towards the divine hall of the Spirit Palace. Stowaway. He didn't choose to go head-on against Ling Tian, because she wasn't alone, and she had the Radiant Dimension behind her. Even though he wasn't weak right now, he didn't think that he could go head-on against a Radiant Dimension. After he left the city, Yi Xian completely concealed his aura. However, he hadn't walked for long when an extremely terrifying force suddenly surged out from the space in front of him. Yi Xian's pupils constricted abruptly, and he flicked his thumb lightly. OM! A sword howl resounded as the green profound sword slashed forward. Pft! The space in front of him was directly torn apart, and the powerful force was instantly sent flying by him. At this time, a jade-like finger directly touched the tip of Yi Xian's sword. Boom! The green profound sword trembled violently, and Yi Xian retreated tens of thousands of feet with his sword. After Yi Xian stopped, a flame and lightning suddenly appeared behind him. This flame and lightning was like a sharp blade that directly tore the space behind Yi Xian and slashed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and the green profound sword suddenly flew out from his sheath. The green profound sword directly slashed at the flame and lightning. Rumble! A burst of flames erupted. At this time, a white fist suddenly blasted in front of Yi Xian. At this time, it was too late for the green profound sword to return to its sheath. However, Yi Xian's expression was very calm, and another sword appeared in his sheath. It was an ordinary sword. Yi Xian gently flicked his thumb. Puffed! The sword was unsheathed. And behind this sword, there were 6 more swords. 6 consecutive swords. When the first sword slashed the fist mark, the sword immediately exploded, and the fist mark continued to penetrate. One by one, the swords were shattered. There was no way to block this fist at all. In the end, all 6 swords were destroyed. At this time, Yi Xian's green profound sword was already sheathed, and the next moment, the sword was unsheathed. Boom! The fist was directly shattered by the green profound sword. Yi Xian lightly tapped the tip of his toes, and he retreated several thousand feet. He looked into the distance, and not far away stood a woman in a white dress. It was that Ling Tian. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. What the hell are you? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What the hell? Ling Tian stared at Yi Xian. Hand her over. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. I don't know what you're talking about. Ling Tian's brows furrowed slightly. Where did you hide her? Yi Xian frowned deeply. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ling Tian stared at Yi Xian for a moment, and the next moment, she suddenly disappeared from the spot. From afar, Yi Xian squinted his eyes, and with a gentle flick of his thumb, the green profound sword flew out. Boom! A white light suddenly exploded in front of him. A shadow retreated thousands of feet away. It was that Ling Tian. Ling Tian looked at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand and slightly frowned. What sword is that? Yi Xian looked at Ling Tian, and his eyes had a trace of seriousness. This woman in front of him was actually able to resist his green profound sword. It was a little terrifying. Meanwhile, Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he decided to be reasonable. Elder Ling Tian, do you know the spirit ancestor? The spirit ancestor. Ling Tian's eyes instantly narrowed when she heard this. You know the spirit ancestor? Yi Xian nodded. I do. I'm on the same side as the spirit ancestor. Ling Tian stared at Yi Xian for a moment, and then she said, No, you don't know the spirit ancestor. Yi Xian wanted to say something else, but Ling Tian suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, countless mysterious and terrifying forces appeared in the surroundings, and these forces shot directly towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was shocked, and he swiftly drew his green profound sword and swept it horizontally. Bang! An expanse of light erupted in front of him, and in an instant, the space in front of Yi Xian turned pitch black. Meanwhile, 2 fingers were pointed at his green profound sword. Bang! The green profound sword shook violently, and then a powerful force passed through it and struck Yi Xian. Rumble! Yi Xian was instantly blasted over 10 kilometers away, and as soon as he stopped moving, his entire body fell into an expanse of white space. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and then his pupils constricted as he hurriedly drew his sword and slashed. Draw your sword to decide life and death. Bang! An expanse of light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian. Rumble! An explosion suddenly resounded in this expanse of white space, and then Yi Xian was blasted back again. As he retreated, the white space in the surroundings suddenly trembled, and then strands of strange energy seeped out from within it. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This energy wasn't the energy of space, so his green profound sword couldn't disregard it. Meanwhile, the princess' voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. This is spiritual energy. Be careful. Spiritual energy. Yi Xian didn't have the time to think. He took a step forward, and then an expanse of light enveloped the space around him. The core sword domain. Countless rays of light flashed horizontally and vertically within the core sword domain, and it was an extremely shocking sight. However, the rays of light were gradually vanishing. They couldn't resist the spiritual energy at all. Yi Xian's brows knit together tightly. He had no other choice but to activate his bloodline energy. Because he would probably be instantly transformed into nothingness if he allowed the spiritual energy to approach him. As soon as he activated his bloodline energy, Yi Xian raised his thumb lightly, and then a blood-red sword suddenly slashed forward. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded as the spiritual energy in front of Yi Xian was torn apart. At the same time, the green profound sword slashed down towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian had a calm expression on her face. When the green profound sword arrived before her, she suddenly pressed her fingers together and pointed forward, and then a ray of white light appeared on the tip of her finger. Bang! She pressed her finger against the green profound sword, but Ling Tian frowned in the next moment, because the ray of white light on the tip of her finger was actually dimming at a visible speed, and Ling Tian hurriedly withdrew her finger when it was about to vanish completely. In the next moment, her figure shook, and she was 3 kilometers away when her figure appeared once more. Meanwhile, the green profound sword had arrived before her again. Ling Tian advanced instead of retreating. She took a step forward and pressed 2 fingers forward. When her fingers touched the green profound sword, her fingers suddenly slanted and missed the tip of the sword. After that, she pressed her fingers together and swept them horizontally against the green profound sword. Bang! The powerful force she exerted blasted the green profound sword flying. In the next moment, she'd appeared in front of Yi Xian, and then she tapped her finger towards the center of Yi Xian's forehead. If it were to hit, then Yi Xian's head would instantly explode into pieces. Yi Xian hadn't expected that she would actually be able to blast the green profound sword flying. He didn't have the time to feel shocked before he tapped his thumb lightly once more, and then another blood-red sword flew forward. Moreover, he'd executed 9 successive attacks. 9 consecutive attacks. Moreover, without the green profound sword, Ling Tian chose to go head-on against Yi Xian's 7 attacks. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Ling Tian's eyes, and then she directly tapped her finger against the sword in the lead. Bang! In an instant, the sword in the lead shattered into pieces. At the same time, an extremely terrifying and formidable force swept out from the tip of her finger, and then the remaining 6 swords were instantly transformed into nothingness. In the next moment, her finger shot straight towards Yi Xian. On the other hand, Yi Xian's eyes had closed slowly in the distance. At the same time, the green profound sword had returned to its sheath. Yi Xian's green profound sword suddenly stopped on the spot. Its aura and strength were still there, but it didn't move. Yi Xian was shocked when he saw this, because he realized that he had lost contact with the green profound sword. Right at this moment, Ling Tian suddenly vanished mysteriously. Yi Xian frowned. In the next moment, he felt his vision go white, and he had been brought to a strange space-time. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and he couldn't see anything. Meanwhile, the spirit realm princess spoke in a low voice. This is the white space, an extremely dangerous space-time. Time passes extremely quickly here, and a day here is equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Moreover, the space-time here is reversed, and your lifespan is flowing away at least 100 times faster than the outside world. Coupled with the special characteristics of this place, it won't be long before you perish on the spot. Yi Xian's face instantly fell when he heard this. A day is equivalent to 10 years in the outside world? This was the complete opposite of the small pagoda's function. It didn't take long for Yi Xian's expression to change, because he noticed that something seemed to be flowing away from within him. The spirit realm princess spoke in a low voice. It's your vitality. You have to leave this place as soon as possible. Vitality? Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and tried to sense the green profound sword. However, he couldn't sense it at all. The green profound sword seemed to have lost its connection with him. Yi Xian's face fell, but he didn't think too much about it. He took a step forward, and then he lightly pushed with his thumb. Suddenly, a sword flew out from the sheath. Hiss! An expanse of sword light shot out like a waterfall. Hiss! A hole was torn open in front of Yi Xian, but it was still white. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this. If he had the green profound sword, then he was confident in his ability to leave this place. After all, the green profound sword disregarded all space-time. Unfortunately, he'd lost contact with the green profound sword. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he attacked once more. This time, he swung his sword a few times in succession, and formidable sword energy tore through the surroundings. However, no matter how he tore, he was unable to completely tear open the space here. Even if he entered the hole, he was still within the white space. At this moment, he noticed to his astonishment that his hair had turned white. His vitality was really flowing away at a rapid pace. If it was merely a single day here, that was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world, then he could persist for a long time with his current lifespan. However, the problem was that there was a counterforce here, and it was speeding up the loss of his vitality. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned. He'd thought of something. A day here was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world, and 10 years in Xiaota was equivalent to a day in the outside world. What if I enter Xiaota's body? Yi Xian didn't think too much about it, and directly entered Xiaota's body. As soon as he entered Xiaota's body, his eyes closed slowly. A long time passed before the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, because he noticed that he'd returned to normal. The vitality within his body wasn't flowing away anymore. It was even. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and then he gazed at the radiant princess and said, "How long can she maintain the space in the outside world?" The radiant princess fell silent for a short moment before she said, "It can't last long. It consumes a huge amount of energy to maintain it." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Then we'll just have to wait." The radiant princess looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "What kind of space is the white world space?" The radiant princess said in a deep voice, "It's a very special space. It's completely different from the space we normally stay in. Only an elite at the level of Ling Tian can open it." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Is she incarnate bliss?" The radiant princess shook her head. "No." Yi Xian was a bit curious. "Is she above incarnate bliss?" The radiant princess nodded. "Strictly speaking, she is above the circle drawer because incarnate bliss is also a circle drawer. However, when incarnate bliss breaks through again, she becomes a world breaker. The so-called world breaker is to break the wall of time and space and explore a brand new space. The standard of a world breaker is to explore the white world space. Not only that, but she also needs to be able to enter it. An elite at the level of Ling Tian can not only enter, but also use this kind of space." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." The radiant princess suddenly said, "Was the space in Xiaota created by the spirit ancestor?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "No." The radiant princess was slightly stunned and said, "No." Yi Xian nodded. The radiant princess hesitated and said, "The space in this place is even more terrifying than the white world space. It should be said that it's of a higher level." Yi Xian was a bit puzzled. "Why?" The radiant princess said in a deep voice, "The time in the white world space is smooth. It follows the flow of time. However, the time in Xiaota is reversed." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Smooth? Reverse?" The radiant princess nodded. Yi Xian hesitated and said, "Can you tell me more about it?" The radiant princess glanced at Yi Xian and explained, "You stay in the white world for a day, which is equivalent to 10 years passing outside. The flow of time here is smooth. However, it speeds up time, but it follows the flow of time outside. If you stay in Xiaota for 10 years, only one day has passed outside. This is equivalent to the time in your space reversing the flow of time outside. It's not very difficult to follow, but it's very difficult to reverse. Someone used a great magical ability to forcibly change the flow of time here. This is very terrifying. Very terrifying." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "So that's how it is." The radiant princess glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. The next moment he disappeared. After leaving Xiaota, Yi Xian returned to his original position. At this moment, the white world spacetime had disappeared. Not far in front of him was Ling Tian. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. "How did you do it?" She had to say that she was really shocked at this moment. Very shocked. Because she didn't expect that the guy in front of her would ignore the flow of time in the white day spacetime. How did he do it? Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved. The next moment, the green profound sword appeared in front of him. He had lost contact with the green profound sword before. But the sword hadn't been taken away by Ling Tian. The power of the sword was still there, but it was suppressed by Ling Tian in some mysterious way. However, it could only be suppressed for a while. Yi Xian inserted the green profound sword into the scabbard and looked at Ling Tian. "How did you enter the white world spacetime?" He originally wanted to study the white world spacetime, but unfortunately, when he came out, the white world spacetime had disappeared. Of course, he only dared to study it with the green profound sword. He was also very afraid of the white world spacetime. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. "You answer my question first. How did you survive in the white world spacetime?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Is the white world spacetime scary?" Ling Tian's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Isn't it scary?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "I don't think it's scary at all. Actually, it's quite fun." Speaking of this, he looked at Ling Tian. "Elder Ling Tian, can you open the white world spacetime again? I want to go in and play." Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said seriously, "Really, I want to go in and take a look. Just open it and let me go in and play." Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you pretending?" Yi Xian. "P.S. I bought something and there was a problem. Then I found that the after-sales service was too bad. I suddenly thought that the readers who read my book are my customers. Then, I'm being fancy every day. It's a bit disrespectful to the readers. But I update slowly. I just want to accompany you more. I'm afraid that if I update quickly, I'll finish writing. At that time, without your company, what's the point of my life? I just want you to accompany me a little more. Can you understand me? Chapter 2070. Yi Xian was speechless. In fact, he really wanted to go in and study the white world. He had the green Xian sword, so he could ignore the power of time flow inside. If his research was successful, wouldn't that mean he would have the power of a break world? At this time, Ling Tian suddenly said, "Swordsman, why do you want to protect that woman?" Yi Xian looked at Ling Tian. "It's not me who wants to protect her. It's the spirit ancestor who wants to protect her." Ling Tian shook his head. The spirit ancestor is kind. She doesn't know how sinister people can be. No, in the spirit ancestor's heart, she thinks all spirits are kind. But that's not the case. Yi Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know why I want to kill her?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "Don't you want to take the throne?" Ling Tian was expressionless. "She told you that." Yi Xian shook his head. "I heard it from someone else." Ling Tian continued to ask. "Do you believe what someone else says?" Yi Xian was speechless. Ling Tian continued to say, "You don't know the whole story." Yi Xian frowned. "So there's another reason?" Ling Tian said. "You should know that spirits are kind by nature. Why didn't the spirits of the spirit world stop me when I wanted to kill her? Not only that, but they also helped me." Yi Xian was silent. He really hadn't thought in that direction. In the distance, Ling Tian was about to speak. At this time, something strange happened. Yi Xian's face suddenly changed. The next moment, a very scary power exploded from his body. Kaboom! Yi Xian's whole body was sent flying. He flew hundreds of thousands of feet away. And when he stopped, there was a hole in his chest. At this moment, the undying bloodline in his body began to work frantically. Yi Xian was a little stunned. After a moment, he raised his head and looked into the distance. The spirit realm princess was standing there, and at this moment, Xiao Ta was in her hands. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, I've been kidnapped. Should I panic?" Yi Xian looked at the spirit realm princess. "You've surprised me." The spirit realm princess smiled. "Mr. Yi, it's you who surprised me." Yi Xian smiled faintly. "I was blind." The radiant princess smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, I never expected that you would actually be able to survive such a heavy injury. Oh, so you possess two special bloodlines." Yi Xian's left thumb gently pressed against the green profound sword. At this moment, the princess of the spirit realm shook her head. "Don't waste your strength. You can't kill me." As she said that, she looked at Xiao Ta in her hands, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. "This pagoda is really mysterious. If it wasn't for this pagoda, I really wouldn't want to take the risk of becoming enemies with you." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Since you like it, then I'll give it to you." Xiao Ta was speechless. The spirit realm princess glanced at Yi Xian, and then she turned to look at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, it won't end just like that." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly became ethereal. Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she pressed her right hand forward lightly. As soon as she did, the space around the spirit realm princess warped. However, the spirit realm princess still vanished on the spot. Ling Tian frowned slightly. In the next moment, she smashed her fist forward. Hiss! The space in front of her was torn apart, and then a fist entered the torn space. A short moment later, a huge bang resounded from the depths of that space, and then that expanse of space was restored in an instant. Ling Tian's face instantly sank when she witnessed this scene. Ling Tian gazed at Yi Xian. Her injuries have actually completely recovered. Did you help her? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "She probably recovered on her own." Ling Tian spoke in a low voice. "That's absolutely impossible. It's impossible for her to recover in such a short period of time." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. She really did recover on her own. because 10 years in Xiaota's body is equivalent to a day in the outside world. Ling Tian was stunned when she heard this. And then she said, "You used that method to survive in the white space?" Yi Xian nodded. Ling Tian's face immediately fell. "Swordsman, you've caused great harm to my radiant dimension." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the horizon. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he chased after her. On the way, Yi Xian looked at the extremely gloomy Ling Tian beside him. "Elder Ling Tian, what exactly happened?" Ling Tian spoke calmly. "She killed the upper realm's radiant dimension lord. Not only that, she also devoured the previous radiant dimension lord." Yi Xian was stunned. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. "She's a devouring spirit. She can devour creatures of the same kind. And she was also adopted by the previous radiant dimension lord. No one expected her to do this. And we didn't expect her to have hidden herself so deeply. She had already reached the breaking realm so early." As she spoke, she shook her head slightly. "That's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that after she devoured the previous radiant dimension lord, she didn't completely digest the energy. Once she digested it, her strength will become even more terrifying. Originally, she didn't have time to digest it. Moreover, when she escaped from the radiant dimension, she was seriously injured by us. And now she has your Xiaota. This means that she can digest the energy of the previous radiant dimension lord in a very short time." Sigh. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm sorry. She can summon the spirit ancestor, so I thought she was a good person. I didn't expect her to be a white lotus." Ling Tian's expression was complicated as she sighed softly. At that moment, the space-time in the distance suddenly trembled. Then, some spirits appeared in front of them. The leader of the spirits was a woman. The woman bowed slightly. "Elder, we couldn't stop her. She has already reached the spirit palace." Ling Tian nodded slightly. "I know." As she spoke, she was silent for a moment before she turned around and left. Yi Xian was stunned, then quickly stood in front of Ling Tian. "Aren't you going to the spirit palace?" Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know about the spirit palace?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "I heard from her that it's a place left behind by the spirit ancestor. It's also the place where the spirit ancestor used to live, right?" Ling Tian nodded. "If she enters it, we can't do anything to her. Because the spirit ancestor left a ban there. We can't fight there, let alone attack spirits. Otherwise, all the spirits in the world can attack us." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Let all the elites of the radiant dimension follow us to the spirit palace." Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian said softly, "I'll take care of the spirit ancestor." Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm sure." Ling Tian immediately turned to look at the woman not far away. "Let all the spirits who have reached the free transformation realm go to the spirit palace." The woman hesitated. "Elder Ling, that's the spirit ancestor." Ling Tian pointed at Yi Xian. "He'll take care of the spirit ancestor." The woman looked at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go." With that, she turned and disappeared into the distance. Yi Xian also hurried to follow him. Not long later, the two of them arrived at the spirit palace God Palace. There were 12 other spirits with them. Among them, 10 were at the peak of the incarnation realm. Not only that, but 2 of them were like Ling Tian. They were world breakers. Yi Xian looked at the spirit palace in front of him. The spirit palace was a pure white hall. And inside the hall, there was an extremely pure spirit qi. In front of the hall, there was a statue. When he saw the statue, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became strange. Because this was the statue of his father. On his father's shoulder, there was Whitey. At that moment, the spirit princess suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. She looked at Yi Xian and Ling Tian and smiled. "Ling Tian, do you want to fight here?" After a moment of silence, Ling Tian looked at the spirit princess. "Why?" The spirit princess blinked. "Why what?" Ling Tian said in a deep voice. "She treated you so well, why did you treat her like that?" The spirit princess smiled. Because I want to improve. Ling Tian frowned. That's it. The spirit princess nodded. That's it. Ling Tian shook her head. She's not worth it. The spirit princess smiled. Ling Tian, not only do I want to absorb her, but I want to absorb the entire spirit realm. Just you wait. With that she turned and left. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Elder Ling Tian, do it. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. I'm sure. Ling Tian suddenly disappeared on the spot and went straight for the spirit princess. The powerful fluctuations of power directly caused the entire spirit palace's hall to tremble violently. The spirit princess looked at Ling Tian with a faint smile on her face, but she did not make a move. The moment Ling Tian entered the spirit palace's hall, an extremely terrifying spiritual power suddenly locked onto Ling Tian. And the next moment, boom! Ling Tian directly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. When Ling Tian stopped, a huge white halo appeared in the sky above the spirit palace's hall. The halo slowly rotated, and within it an extremely terrifying spiritual power was contained. The array left by Whitey. Ling Tian looked at the array with an extremely solemn expression. It was left behind by the spirit ancestor. The expressions of the spirit realm experts by her side were extremely solemn as well. One of the experts spoke in a low voice. Elder Ling Tian, we can't make a move here. The other powerhouses from the spiritual realm also nodded. The spirits were extremely afraid of this place. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian fell silent. He hadn't expected that Whitey would actually leave an array here. In the distance, the spirit princess looked at Yi Xian and the others before the spirit palace's hall. And then she grinned. Come on, let's continue. Yi Xian glanced at the spirit princess, and then he looked up at the array in the sky. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of the array, and then he opened his palm. A strand of bloodline energy surged out from his hand. As soon as the bloodline energy appeared, the array trembled slightly, and then it automatically vanished in the next moment. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The spirit princess looked at Yi Xian, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Yi Xian glanced at the spirit princess. Didn't I tell you that Whitey belongs to my family? Xiaobai belongs to my family, and you still want her to protect you? Are you retarded? The spirit princess stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Your family? Are you kidding me? As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a strand of sword energy appeared in her hand. The expressions of all the spirits here changed drastically at the moment this strand of sword energy appeared. Ling Tian hurriedly said, Be careful. That's the sword energy left behind by the spirit ancestor protector. It's extremely powerful, and it can easily kill world breakers. Yi Xian. Chapter 2071. Yi Xian was speechless. Sword energy. He was truly speechless when he saw the spirit realm princess take out that strand of sword energy. He really didn't want to put on an act. However, she wanted to give it to him. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts, patted his sleeves, and looked at Ling Tian. The spirit patriarch's guardian? Ling Tian glanced at the statue of the man in green clothes in the distance. He's the spirit patriarch's guardian. Don't you know? Yi Xian glanced at his father's statue and thought for a moment. It seemed to be true. His father was Little White's guardian. That wasn't wrong. Meanwhile, the spirit realm princess suddenly smiled. Why aren't you attacking? Ling Tian looked at the spirit realm princess. You only have a strand of sword energy. The spirit realm princess said with a smile. It's indeed only a strand of sword energy. But can you block it? Can you? Yi Xian glanced at the spirit realm princess and frowned slightly. How did my father's sword energy fall into her hands? The spirit realm princess looked at Yi Xian. Do it. Yi Xian nodded. All right. As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, Ling Tian suddenly stopped him, and Ling Tian stared at him. Do you know what sword energy that is? It was given to the previous realm lord by the spirit patriarch's guardian, and it's the spirit realm's greatest trump card. Not to mention you, even I can't resist that strand of sword energy. Yi Xian looked at the spirit realm princess and spoke furiously. She's too arrogant. Ling Tian spoke in a low voice. She has the ability to be arrogant. Yi Xian was about to speak when the spirit realm princess suddenly smiled. It seems like you still don't know how terrifying that strand of sword energy is. Do you want me to explain it to you in detail? Yi Xian smiled. It's fine. As he spoke, he walked towards the spirit realm princess. And he spoke as he walked. Come on. Activate that strand of sword energy in your hand. The spirit realm princess looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. This strand of sword chi was her greatest trump card. She had actually wanted to scare Yi Xian, but she had never expected that this fellow would actually not be afraid. Was he retarded? Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, Come, let me witness the sword energy of the spirit patriarch. The spirit realm princess looked at Yi Xian. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Yi Xian said angrily. If you dare, then activate it. The spirit world princess stared at Yi Xian. Do you know what this wisp of sword chi is? Yi Xian flew into a rage. Do you know who I am? I am a swordsman. In this world, in terms of the sword Dao, if I claim to be number 2, who would dare to claim to be number 1? All the spirits. The spirit realm princess's expression was terrifyingly dark. Ignorant human. Do you know what kind of existence the spirit patriarch protector is? It is an existence that surpasses world breakers. Yi Xian interrupted the spirit realm princess. Don't talk to me about that. Hurry up and activate it. Hurry up. The spirit realm princess coldly looked at Yi Xian. Then, she turned to look at Ling Tian. Aren't you going to talk to this idiot about this sword chi? Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian and said, If he wants you to activate it, then activate it. He isn't afraid, so what are you afraid of? The spirit realm princess's expression became even uglier. Using the sword chi on this idiot? That was a waste. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Why are you so sentimental? If you don't use it, then I will. As his voice fell, he gently raised his thumb, and the deep green sword flew out. The sword chi tore through and slashed at the spirit realm princess. The spirit realm princess squinted her eyes. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the strand of sword chi in her palm was activated. In the next moment, the sword chi flew out. In the distance, Yi Xian withdrew the deep green sword. When the strand of sword chi arrived in front of him, he didn't dodge at all. Everyone watched as the strand of sword chi stopped between Yi Xian's brows. All the spirits here were stunned. The spirit realm princess stared fixedly at Yi Xian with eyes filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the strand of sword chi fell into his palm. The sword chi trembled slightly, as if it was trying to express something. Yi Xian gazed at the spirit realm princess, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. That's it. The spirit realm princess's expression instantly became unsightly when she witnessed this scene. This? How could this be possible? Yi Xian put the strand of sword chi away, and then he smiled. You actually intended to use sword chi to kill me. Don't you know that I'm a swordsman? Moreover, I possess the invincible sword physique that's 1 in a million. So can anyone's sword harm me? You're really naive. The spirit realm princess suddenly gazed at the statue of the man in green clothes, and then she gazed at Yi Xian. What's your relationship with him? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What's your relationship with him? I don't know him. The spirit realm princess stared fixedly at Yi Xian. After a short moment, she spoke in a low voice. You're his descendant. At this moment she discerned it. Yi Xian's appearance was slightly similar to the spirit ancestor's protector. Coupled with Yi Xian's earlier statement that he knew the spirit ancestor, it was obvious that Yi Xian was the descendant of the spirit ancestor's protector. They were in cahoots. In the distance, Yi Xian spoke with a serious expression. I really don't know him. The spirit realm princess took a deep glance at Yi Xian, and then she turned around and fled. Yi Xian immediately said, Stop this woman. Ling Tian and the other spirits vanished on the spot. Boom. Suddenly, numerous loud explosions resounded in the distant sky. Yi Xian chased after them as well, because Xiao Ta was still in the spirit realm princess's hands. If the spirit realm princess were to escape and cultivate in Xiao Ta's body for a period of time, then who would be able to resist her? At an unknown expanse of space in the distance, Ling Tian and the others had stopped the spirit realm princess. They didn't waste their breath at all, and they immediately attacked. When Yi Xian rushed over, the green profound sword in his hand instantly flew out. The expression of the spirit realm princess, who was fighting Ling Tian in the distance, instantly changed drastically, and then she swiftly turned around and smashed her fist forward. A white fist swept forward and smashed directly onto Yi Xian's green profound sword. Bang! The white fist was instantly blasted apart, and the sword slashed straight at the spirit realm princess. The spirit realm princess's eyes narrowed slightly. She opened her palm and raised it lightly, and then a white shield appeared in front of her. Rumble! The enormous shield blocked the green profound sword, but it shattered as well. Meanwhile, the radiant princess had already retreated over 30 kilometers away. However, she'd been surrounded by all the spirits. The spirit realm princess glanced coldly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said abruptly, "All the spirits I've encountered are basically good, so why are you an exception? To think that I even fought Elder Ling Tian desperately for your sake. You deceived my feelings." The spirit realm princess spoke indifferently. "Did I ask you to help me? I don't think I ever asked you to help me, right? You took the initiative to help me, so what does it have to do with me?" Yi Xian's face was filled with astonishment. "Fuck. Are you even human?" The spirit realm princess remained expressionless. "You were the one who meddled in my business. What does it have to do with me?" Yi Xian gave her a thumbs up. "You're the most shameless spirit I've ever seen." The spirit realm princess's expression was calm. "What's the point of having shame? Can it be eaten? Can it become stronger?" Yi Xian was speechless. The spirit realm princess suddenly gazed at Ling Tian and sneered. "Do you think you've won?" Ling Tian suddenly said, "Kill her." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts of the radiant dimension were about to attack. However, a few extremely terrifying auras suddenly appeared here, and then a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. Ling Tian, who led the group, suddenly frowned when he saw the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the city lord of the ancient city, the ancient Ming. The ancient Ming grinned. "Elder Ling Tian, what are you doing? It's not good for spirits to kill each other." Ling Tian spoke indifferently. "What? Patriarch Ancient Ming intends to interfere in the matters of my radiant dimension." The ancient Ming grinned. "My ancient race isn't interested in the matters of your radiant dimension. However, the spirit realm princess is a friend of my ancient race, so my ancient race won't allow anyone to harm the spirit realm princess." The expressions of the experts of the radiant dimension became unsightly when they heard this. Ling Tian suddenly gazed at the spirit realm princess. "You're actually colluding with the ancient race?" The spirit realm princess grinned. "I was even able to kill Ling Xian, so what else can't I do?" Ling Tian clenched her right fist tightly, while her expression was quite unsightly. "The ancient race has interfered. If they attack, then it's very likely that they'll go to war with the ancient race. A war between two dimensions is no joke." Ling Tian's expression gradually turned gloomy. She hadn't expected that the ancient race would suddenly help the spirit realm princess, and it put her in a difficult position. The ancient Ming grinned and seemed to be very relaxed. Suddenly Yi Xian said, "Elder Ling Tian, what are you standing there for? Fight them." Ling Tian gazed at Yi Xian. "Fight?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. Since the ancient race has chosen to help the spirit realm, then it means that they're going to become enemies with the radiant dimension. Since they want to become enemies with us, then why not fight them? Isn't it just a bloody battle? Who's afraid of who? The spirit realm princess gazed at Yi Xian and spoke fiercely. "A bloody battle? Do you know how many people will die if a war breaks out between our two dimensions? Do you?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't." The spirit realm princess spoke angrily. "Since you don't know, then what are you blabbering on about? Is it fun?" Yi Xian spoke indifferently. "If the ancient race isn't afraid, then why should the radiant dimension be afraid?" As he spoke, he gazed at Ling Tian. "Elder Ling Tian, if you trust me, then listen to me and start a war. We'll start a war with anyone who protects this woman." The more fearful you are, the happier they'll be. Because they know that all of you won't dare to start a war. So they'll be even more fearless. Ling Tian narrowed her eyes and slowly clenched her right hand. The ancient Ming stared at Yi Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. Yi Xian looked at the ancient Ming and smiled. What are you looking at me for? Do you think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, he looked at Ling Tian. Are you going to fight? If you fight, I'll do my best to help the radiant dimension. Damn it, I'll be in a bad mood if this woman doesn't die. Moreover, she even dared to steal my pagoda. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian frowned. Are you going to fight or not? Ling Tian was still a bit hesitant. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly transmitted his voice. The spirit ancestor's guardian is my father, understand? Ling Tian was stunned, but the next moment she waved her hand. Kill! Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Working hard to save up for the next outbreak. Oh right. You guys haven't forgotten about my outbreak a few days ago, right? Chapter 2072. Kill. As soon as Ling Tian's voice rang out, she had already charged out. Behind her, the spiritual realm's powerhouses charged out one after another. Even though Ling Tian wasn't the patriarch of the radiant world, she was the strongest in the radiant world. Actually, Ling Tian didn't want to go to war with the ancient race in the beginning, because countless living beings would die if war broke out. Moreover, internal strife had just occurred in the radiant world, and the radiant world had no chance of winning with its current strength. However, after she found out that the spirit patriarch's protector was Yi Xian's father, she didn't have any more worries. The ancient Ming's face instantly fell when he saw Ling Tian's group attack. This had exceeded his expectations, because as far as he was concerned, the radiant world would absolutely not dare to go to war with the ancient race, after such an unexpected event had occurred in the radiant world. That was why he dared to interfere in the internal affairs of the radiant world. But he hadn't expected that the radiant world would choose to go to war with them. At this moment he was quite taken by surprise. Of course he had no choice but to act now. Let's fight first. It didn't take long for the battle to erupt. As for Yi Xian, he'd snuck into hiding. While both sides were locked in battle, a sword suddenly tore through the battlefield. Hiss! In an instant, the head of a reborn expert from the ancient race flew into the air, and his soul was instantly absorbed by the sword. An instant kill. Yi Xian was extremely excited as he watched from the shadows. Surprise attacks are so satisfying. He noticed that he was actually more suitable for surprise attacks. He could take advantage of the enemy's guard and kill them. The ancient Ming's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw a reborn expert perish. He glanced at the surroundings but didn't see the attacker. Meanwhile, Princess Ling spoke solemnly from afar. It's that swordsman. The swordsman. The ancient Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to speak, but a sword suddenly appeared here. Hiss! One of the reborn experts didn't even have the chance to react before the sword stabbed through the center of his forehead. Another instant kill. At this moment, the experts from the ancient race were slightly panicked. The experts of the spirit race were not weak to begin with. They could not afford to be distracted when fighting against the experts of the spirit race. Now that such a strange assassin had appeared, who could withstand it? At this moment, the spirit race experts were extremely excited. Because with Yi Xian in the dark, they had an absolute advantage. Ling Tian, who was the leader of the group, suddenly shouted, "Kill! Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Ling clan and the other experts charged towards the Gu clan and the other experts. The Gu clan's patriarch, Gu Ming, suddenly said, "Retreat to the ancient dimension. Retreat." Fighting here was extremely disadvantageous to them. The ancient race experts retreated explosively when they heard Gu Ming. At this moment Yi Xian attacked again. Qi! A sword suddenly appeared, and by the time everyone noticed it, the sword had already arrived in front of a free state expert. This embodiment transformation realm expert was obviously mentally prepared. The moment the green profound sword appeared, he fiercely punched out. He chose to fight head-on. Of course, he had no choice but to face it head-on, because Yi Xian's sword was truly too fast. Bang! Everyone watched as the green profound sword tore apart the embodiment transformation realm expert's fist. However, it only took an instant for the embodiment transformation realm expert to retreat over 30 kilometers away. The green profound sword pierced through empty air. Yi Xian frowned slightly in the shadows. He noticed that it would be difficult for him to instantly kill an embodiment transformation realm expert if the spirit race expert was on guard. What a pity! Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. Meanwhile, Gu Ming and the others were retreating swiftly towards the ancient dimension. Moreover, if they wholeheartedly retreated and didn't continue fighting, then Ling Tian and the other spirits wouldn't be able to do anything to them at all. It didn't take long for the experts of the ancient race to retreat into the ancient dimension. Outside the ancient dimension, Ling Tian's expression was rather unsightly. Actually, she wasn't worried about the ancient dimension but Princess Ling. Because Princess Ling had obtained Yi Xian Xiaota. If Princess Ling was allowed to cultivate for a period of time, she didn't dare to think about it. Yi Xian frowned slightly as well. He knew how terrifying Xiaota was. If that woman was allowed to cultivate inside for a month, then when she came out, she would probably be invincible in the breakthrough realm. Yi Xian looked at Ling Tian, and the latter said in a low voice, "What do we do now?" Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Does the ancient dimension have any allies?" Ling Tian nodded. The Meru realm has a good relationship with them. Yi Xian asked again, "What about you guys?" Ling Tian shook her head. "Besides the ancient dimension, our relationship with the other realms is alright. However, they won't help us deal with the ancient dimension." Yi Xian looked at the distant ancient dimension. "Let all the experts of the spiritual realm come." Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian nodded. "We want the ancient dimension to understand one thing, and that is that we must kill this Princess Ling. For this, we will pay any price and let them see our determination. In this way, there will definitely be disagreements within the ancient dimension. Because if they choose to fight us to the death, then the result will be that both sides will perish together. Once that happens, even if the ancient dimension can win in the end, they will be swallowed up by other forces." Ling Tian asked, "What if they really choose to fight?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Then fight. Because the spiritual realm has no other choice. Isn't that right?" Ling Tian fell silent. Just as Yi Xian had said, the spiritual realm really had no other choice. If they didn't fight and gave the Princess Ling time to develop, then the spiritual realm would be at an absolute disadvantage later on. Thinking up to this point, Ling Tian suddenly said, "Send my order. All the experts of the spiritual realm are to rush over here immediately. Also, activate the great array within the spiritual realm and aim it at the ancient dimension." Yi Xian looked at Ling Tian. "The great array is aimed at the ancient dimension?" Ling Tian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Is your great array that ferocious? Can it fight across dimensions?" Ling Tian glanced at Yi Xian. "Is it very difficult?" Yi Xian was speechless. In next to no time, countless experts of the spiritual realm had left the spiritual realm and headed straight for the ancient dimension. Moreover, the various formations within the spiritual realm had been activated. In an instant, a few dozen spatial black holes had appeared in the sky above the ancient dimension, and the various formations of the spiritual realm resided within these spatial black holes. Spatial teleportation. Besides that, the experts of the spiritual realm had arrived outside the ancient dimension as well, and they seemed to intend to take the spiritual realm down with them. Needless to say, the entire 6 dimensions were shocked, because it had been many, many years since a war had occurred between the 2 dimensions. No one could afford to fight it. Once the 2 dimensions went to war, then the effects would be too great. Moreover, no matter who won, the other dimensions would definitely benefit from it in the end. On the other hand, the other 4 dimensions had never imagined that the spiritual realm would actually go all out and directly launch an all-out war. Outside the ancient dimension, Ling Tian pulled Yi Xian to the side and looked at Yi Xian. If a war really breaks out, many spirits will perish. Yi Xian said in a low voice. You have no other choice. Am I right? Ling Tian said in a low voice. Do you really know the spirit ancestor? Yi Xian nodded. Ling Tian glanced at Yi Xian. Is our relationship good? Yi Xian smiled and said, yes. Ling Tian nodded slightly. If the spirit ancestor was here, she wouldn't have let so many spirits die in the spiritual realm, right? Yi Xian fell silent. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything either. After a moment, Yi Xian smiled slightly. I understand what you mean. Don't worry, the spiritual realm is protected by Little White, which is the same as being protected by my Yang family. If you believe me, then listen to me, okay? Ling Tian was silent for a moment and said, I believe you. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then listen to me and do whatever I say. Ling Tian nodded. Okay. Some glanced behind Ling Tian. At that moment, the spirit race's elites had already rushed over. It had to be said that there were many elites in the spiritual realm. There were a total of 5 world breakers, nearly 18 freedom transformation realm, and countless Daoming realm elites. Yi Xian turned to look at the ancient dimension and said calmly, in 2 hours, if the ancient dimension doesn't hand over the spirit princess, my spiritual realm will bathe the ancient dimension in blood. Bathe the ancient dimension in blood. With the support of Xian Qi, Yi Xian's voice spread throughout the ancient dimension. Ling Tian glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. The ancient dimension. At this moment, all the experts of the ancient dimension were gathered here. All the experts within the hall had unsightly expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected that the radiant dimension would actually send their entire race over to fight the ancient dimension to the death. Most importantly, the ancient dimension had actually lost 2 freedom transformation realm experts. After all, 2 freedom transformation realm experts weren't easy to foster. All the elders here gazed at the ancient Ming who led the group. The ancient Ming's expression was calm, and he didn't speak. Actually, he hadn't expected that the matter would develop to such an extent. Has the spirit race gone mad? They've actually sent their entire race over to fight the ancient dimension to the death. Meanwhile, an elder of the ancient dimension spoke abruptly. I think that this battle isn't necessary at all. Firstly, Princess Ling and the internal affairs of the radiant dimension aren't related to our ancient dimension at all, so we have no right to attack. Secondly, helping Princess Ling fight the radiant dimension to the death isn't beneficial to our ancient dimension at all. All the other experts of the spirit race nodded in agreement when they heard this. The ancient dimension wasn't afraid of the radiant dimension, but they couldn't just casually declare war against the radiant dimension. Fighting the radiant dimension to the death for Princess Ling was simply an idiotic act. More and more experts of the ancient dimension expressed their opinions, and they didn't approve of the ancient dimension going to war against the radiant dimension for Princess Ling. However, the ancient Ming maintained his silence. Meanwhile, an elder of the ancient dimension gazed at the ancient Ming. Patriarch, what do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone here gazed at the ancient Ming. After all, the ancient Ming was the patriarch. The ancient Ming grinned. Let us invite Princess Ling in. Princess Ling. As soon as the ancient Ming finished speaking, a woman walked into the hall. It was Princess Ling. All the experts of the ancient dimension gazed at her with hostile expressions. They'd never had a good impression of the radiant dimension. And now, the ancient dimension had caused trouble because of this woman. The ancient Ming gazed at Princess Ling and smiled. Princess Ling, the radiant dimension has mobilized all its forces to attack us. Tell me, should we help you or not? Obviously, he wanted to see if Princess Ling would give the ancient dimension any benefits. If there were benefits, then everything was negotiable. Of course, the benefits had to be sufficiently good. Princess Ling fell silent for a short while before she grinned. I have a gift for all of you. As she spoke, she opened her palm and a Xiaota appeared there. Chapter 2073. Xiaota. Princess Ling was very unwilling, because Xiaota was truly too heaven-defying. However, she didn't have a choice. She knew very well that the ancient race wouldn't protect her if she didn't give them sufficient benefits. Of course, the real reason she'd brought out Xiaota was to draw the ancient race into a war with the radiant dimension. Moreover, once Xiaota showed himself, then the situation would become complicated. Would the other worlds give up on Xiaota if they knew how heaven-defying he was? She didn't know, but she knew that they would definitely be tempted. At that time, Yi Xian's enemies wouldn't just be the ancient race. Simply speaking, the 6 dimensions would definitely fall into chaos once Xiaota showed himself. Moreover, the ancient race would absolutely not give up on such a precious treasure. All the experts of the ancient race frowned when they saw Xiaota. An old man spoke solemnly. "What kind of trash is that?" Xiaota suddenly spoke angrily. "You're the trash. Are you blind? I'm the #1 pagoda in the universe." The old man's face fell. "If you speak rudely again, then this old man will shatter your soul." Xiaota suddenly became agitated. "Shatter my soul? Do you know who I belong to?" "Oh no, do you know whose pagoda I belong to? I was created by Big Sister Tianming. Try and touch me. Come and try." The old man's face turned gloomy, and he slowly clenched his right fist. Meanwhile, the ancient Ming suddenly gazed at Princess Ling. "What's the use of this pagoda?" Princess Ling smiled. "Why don't all of you enter the pagoda and give it a try?" The ancient Ming glanced at Princess Ling, and then he let everyone into Xiaota. A short while later, all of them appeared here once more. At this moment, all the experts of the ancient race had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, and it gradually transformed into excitement and fervor. The ancient Ming suddenly said, "Activate all the grand formations." This time, no one within the hall objected. The corners of Princess Ling's mouth curled up slightly while a wisp of ferocity flashed through her eyes. "Damn swordsman! Let's see if you can survive this." With the activation of the ancient race's great array, everyone understood. The ancient race was going to start a war with the spiritual world. However, the other worlds were confused. Why did the ancient race start a war with the spiritual realm? For a Princess Ling? This wasn't normal. In the sky above the ancient realm, Ling Tian's face immediately darkened when he saw the ancient clan's great formation being activated. Clearly, the threat of the spiritual realm had no effect. The ancient race was going to fight to the death with the spiritual world. Ling Tian turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm as he looked down. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, Gu Ming appeared in front of Yi Xian and Ling Tian. Damn, he was also speechless. This guy was simply a hothead. Did this idiot know what it meant to start a war between the two realms? Or did this idiot think that a war between the two realms was child's play? Moreover, didn't he not reject it? Does this idiot even know what negotiation is? At this time, an ancient race elder suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and hurriedly said, "Wait! Wait!" Yi Xian looked at the elder. "What are you waiting for? Don't you want to live and die with Princess Ling?" The ancient race elder glanced at Yi Xian. "When did the ancient race say that we will live and die with Princess Ling?" Yi Xian frowned and looked at the Gu Ming. "Did I misunderstand?" "Gu Ming," the ancient race elder said in a deep voice. "Your Excellency, is what you just said true? As long as we hand over Princess Ling, you will withdraw and stay in the spiritual realm for 10 years. Yi Xian nodded. "It's true." Then, he looked at Princess Ling. "I helped her at first, but she treated me like an idiot. Not only did she use me, she even ridiculed me. How can I tolerate this? I can't. I want to kill her. Whoever helps her will be my enemy, and the spiritual realm." Princess Ling stared at Yi Xian, her gaze sharper than a sword. The ancient race elder glanced at Yi Xian. "We are willing to hand her over." Yi Xian shook his head. "You have to cripple her and hand her over to me." The ancient race elder frowned slightly. Yi Xian looked at the ancient race elder and spoke fiercely. "Do you want to live and die with her? Do you? If you do, then we'll take her down with us." The ancient race elder looked at Yi Xian with astonishment. What the fuck? What's wrong with this guy? The Gu clan's patriarch, Gu Ming, slightly frowned. Where did this idiot come from? The ancient race elder hesitated for a moment and said, We'll hand her over and you can deal with it yourselves. Yi Xian stared at the ancient race elder without saying a word, but his thumb was already pressed against the green profound sword. The corners of the ancient race elder's mouth twitched when he saw this, and he hurriedly said, Young master, our ancient race has already made a huge concession. You, Yi Xian suddenly spoke indifferently. You call this a concession? Elder, protecting her is equivalent to slapping our spiritual realm in the face. Now, you should at least show some sincerity and give our spiritual realm a way out of this embarrassing situation. Otherwise, what would others think of us if we return just like that? The ancient race elder spoke in a low voice. What would others think of us if we help you deal with Princess Ling? Obviously, it was a matter of face. Yi Xian grinned. Elder Gu, shall we talk somewhere else? Elder Gu was stunned. Yi Xian spoke via voice transmission. Elder Gu, you're confused. Do you lack face right now? No. It's time. Time. Elder Gu's pupils constricted when he heard this. Xiao Ta's matter couldn't be allowed to go unpunished, and all they could do was make use of Xiao Ta to become stronger in this limited time. Otherwise, how could they protect this divine treasure? Elder Gu turned to look at Gu Ming when he thought up to this point, and they conversed via voice transmission. A short while later, Gu Ming gazed at Princess Ling. Excuse me. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts of the ancient race attacked. Not long after, Princess Ling's body was smashed to pieces, leaving only her soul. Moreover, her soul was imprisoned by a powerful force. The ancient race elder brought her to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I'll leave Princess Ling to you. Take care. Yi Xian smiled. All right. Then he looked at Princess Ling. Princess Ling suddenly burst into laughter. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yi Xian smiled. What's so funny? Princess Ling looked at the ancient race experts and mocked. You're all a bunch of retards to actually believe this shameless swordsman's words. Just you wait. You'll all cry. Gu Ming and the rest looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Xiao Ta is already in the hands of the ancient race. I know my own limits. The spiritual realm won't help me get Xiao Ta back. Even if we go to war, we're not sure we can win. Since that's the case, why shouldn't I be more optimistic? Moreover, the pagoda is in my hands. To a person like me who has no backing, it's simply an enormous calamity. Letting him go now might not be a bad thing. The ancient race elder glanced at Yi Xian. Young Master Ye's attitude is really good. This old man admires you. Yi Xian smiled. We'll be taking our leave. Princess Ling looked at Yi Xian and spat venomously. Shameless swordsman. Don't think I don't know you. Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped her. Slap. Princess Ling's soul violently trembled and directly became illusory. Yi Xian glanced at Princess Ling. You still want to sow discord between us and the ancient race? Truly foolish. Then he looked at the ancient race elder and smiled. Elder, that Xiao Ta's temper isn't too good. You mustn't spoil him. If you can fix him, then fix him. After that, he'll be well behaved. Xiao Ta. P.S. Sorry for the late update. Don't look for excuses. Add one more update. Chapter 2074. Yi Xian left with Princess Ling and the experts from the Radiant World once he finished giving his orders. After Yi Xian's group left, the ancient Ming spoke in a low voice. That person isn't normal. The elder nodded. He seems to be a rash person, but he's actually very meticulous. As he spoke, he gazed at the ancient Ming. Our top priority is to improve our strength as soon as possible. The ancient Ming's expression became solemn when he heard this. The matter regarding Xiao Ta absolutely couldn't be kept a secret. Once the other 5 worlds find out about Xiao Ta, then they will absolutely not give up on Xiao Ta. At that time, the ancient race will be in an extremely dangerous situation, because it's very likely that the other 5 worlds will join forces against the ancient race. However, he doesn't intend to give up on Xiao Ta either, because Xiao Ta can change the fate of the ancient race. I'll give it my all. The ancient Ming immediately said. Summon all the clansmen and elders who are in seclusion. Tell them to come out immediately. The elder nodded, turned around and left. The ancient Ming glanced at the direction Yi Xian and the others had left towards, and he frowned slightly. Yi Xian had given up too directly. This made him quite worried. A short while later, the ancient Ming shook his head and left. He didn't have the time to care about Yi Xian any longer. Obtaining Xiao Ta was a great fortune for the ancient race, but it could also become a disaster. It didn't take long for the entire ancient race to be on full alert. Moreover, all the grand formations of the ancient race had been activated, and the atmosphere in the ancient race had become extremely tense. On the other hand, Yi Xian and the others had returned to the Radiant World. The Radiant World. Ling Tian brought Princess Ling to a white palace. All the experts of the Radiant World were gathered there, and there was a crystal coffin at the center of the hall. There was only a thumb-sized ball of energy within the coffin. Ling Tian gazed at Princess Ling. Kneel. All the other spirits gazed at Princess Ling furiously. Princess Ling's face was emotionless. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Yi Xian suddenly raised his thumb, and the green profound sword shot into the center of Princess Ling's forehead. Bang! Princess Ling's soul trembled violently, and then it swiftly dispersed. All the spirits were stunned. Yi Xian blinked. Didn't she say that she could kill me? Then kill me. Don't spoil her. Princess Ling stared at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian shrugged, and then he put away the green profound sword. Yi Xian shrugged and put away the Qingxian sword. Ling Tian looked at Princess Ling. She treats you like her own. Why are you treating her like this? Ling Tian. If she really treated me like her own child, she wouldn't have wanted to pass the position of Ling clan patriarch to you. Ling Tian frowned. You killed her because of this. Ling Tian Ling. Saint Ling King Ling. Ling Tian shook his head slightly. You should know that I've never been interested in the position of Ling clan's patriarch. And the reason why she revealed to you that she would pass the position to me was her final test for you. Princess Ling narrowed her eyes. What test? Ling Tian shook his head again. It depends on your attitude and your heart. In order to become the leader of the spirit race, one must have a benevolent heart and a broad mind. Only then would one be able to lead the entire spirit race well. And she definitely didn't expect that your heart would actually be so vicious. Ling Tian slowly closed his eyes. Winner takes all. Saying all this now is meaningless. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, Kill him. This woman is a scourge if we keep her alive. Princess Ling suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said angrily, Shameless swordsman, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Yi Xian shook his head. Princess Ling, without me, you wouldn't have succeeded. Because you're too retarded. With your IQ, you want to seize the throne. Even I feel embarrassed. Princess Ling stared at Yi Xian. If you didn't take away my sword energy, would I have lost? Yi Xian was speechless. Big sister, that sword energy belongs to my father. Are you out of your mind by using my father's sword energy to kill me? Also, I told you before that the spirit ancestor belongs to my family, but you didn't believe me. I'm also speechless. Sometimes it's rare to tell the truth, but no one believes me. This world is really strange. Princess Ling slowly closed her eyes. Kill me. Yi Xian looked at Ling Tian, but Ling Tian remained silent. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Elder Ling Tian, why are you still hesitating? Shouldn't you just kill this kind of person? Let me tell you, if you hadn't met me, you would have been instantly killed by my father's sword energy. Once you die, have you thought about the fate of the entire spirit race? Hearing this, Ling Tian frowned slightly. After a while, she waved her hand, turned around and left. Yi Xian directly opened his palm, and the azure profound sword instantly entered between Princess Ling's eyebrows. Boom! The spirit princess was completely sucked dry. Yi Xian put away the azure profound sword and walked out. Outside, Ling Tian looked at the sky and said softly, I never thought that things would turn out like this. Yi Xian smiled. I also never thought that the spirit race would kill each other. Ling Tian shook her head. This kind of thing is very rare. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. You made me swear on the spirit ancestor that as long as the ancient race hands her over, the spirit race will seal off the world for 10 years. Are you serious? Yi Xian nodded. Ling Tian was slightly puzzled. What do you intend to do next? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think I'll do? Ling Tian spoke in a low voice. I don't know. Yi Xian grinned. Elder Ling Tian, the 6 dimensions are about to fall into chaos. The spirit race shouldn't interfere at a time like this. Ling Tian gazed at Yi Xian. You don't seem to be worried about Xiaota at all. Yi Xian smiled. They'll treat it like a treasure now, so why should I be worried? Ling Tian's beautiful brows knit together slightly. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to capture Xiaota? Yi Xian spoke softly. Someone will be even more anxious than me. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, and then she understood in the next moment. At this moment, Yi Xian turned to look at the hall and said, What's that white ball of light? Ling Tian said in a low voice, That's the spirit core of the clan leader. It's just like a human body. Yi Xian asked, His consciousness is gone? Ling Tian nodded. Yi Xian sighed softly. In this case, even if Xiaobai is here, she can't resurrect him. After a moment, Yi Xian said, Then Elder Ling Tian, let's bid farewell here. Remember, no matter what happens outside, the spirit race shouldn't come out. After saying that, he walked out of the hall. At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly said, Wait. Yi Xian looked at Ling Tian, and Ling Tian hesitated for a moment, then opened her palm, and a storage ring appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it, and there were 20 star veins in the storage ring. 20 star veins. Yi Xian looked at Ling Tian. Elder Ling Tian, what are you doing? Ling Tian said in a low voice, I don't have any other intentions. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he put the storage ring away. Thank you. Ling Tian gazed at Yi Xian. If you encounter any danger outside, you can return to the spirit race. We have the strength to fight here. Yi Xian's heart felt slightly warm, and he smiled. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Ling Tian looked up into the sky with a trace of worry in her eyes. She knew that Yi Xian didn't want the spirit race to get mixed up in this mess, and Yi Xian was protecting the spirit race. After a short while, Ling Tian shook her head lightly, turned around and left. As soon as Yi Xian left the spirit race, Bai Yi from the Godyong mercenary group, and Nanning from the Riverside mercenary group, Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he smiled and said, I didn't expect the 2 of you to come looking for me. Bai Yi said in a low voice, Brother Yi, can we go somewhere else to talk? Yi Xian smiled and said, Of course. The 3 of them vanished on the spot. Somewhere in the clouds, Bai Yi glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said in a low voice, Brother Yi, Xiaota from the ancient realm. Yi Xian smiled and said, Which power do you represent? Bai Yi fell silent. Yi Xian smiled again and said, You're not sincere. Bai Yi smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, this is actually not a secret. My Godyong mercenary group is backed by the Mountain Realm, and Miss Nanning's Riverside mercenary group is backed by the Immortal Realm. I've come to look for Brother Yi this time, because I want to figure out Xiaota. Yi Xian said abruptly, That Xiaota's ability is indeed true. 10 years in there is equivalent to a day in the outside world. Hearing this, the 2's expressions turned grave. Bai Yi said in a low voice, Brother Yi, may I ask how you obtained such a divine object? Yi Xian smiled and said, I obtained it by chance. Of course, this isn't important anymore. What's important is that Xiaota has fallen into the hands of the ancient race, and it won't be long before the ancient race becomes the leader of the 6 dimensions. No, at that time, there will probably only be the ancient realm, and not the other 5 dimensions. Bai Yi and Nanning's expressions became slightly unsightly when they heard this. Yi Xian smiled lightly. This place isn't very safe anymore. I've decided to leave. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Leave? Yi Xian nodded. I'm afraid that the ancient race will look for trouble with me. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Yi, are you going to give up just like that? Yi Xian was slightly helpless. I have no choice but to give up. The ancient race has the advantage in numbers while I'm all alone. How can I go against them? Nanning suddenly said. Don't you have the spirit dimension behind you? Yi Xian shook his head. I was only working with the spirit dimension in the past. They won't help me deal with the ancient race. Nanning's brows knit together slightly. After a short moment, she said in a low voice. Young Master Yi, what if we're willing to help you? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No, don't help me. The ancient race is so formidable, and I don't dare to go against them. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Nanning suddenly stopped Yi Xian and stared at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, are you going to give up just like that? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Miss Nanning, it's not that I want to give up, but I know my own limits. Tell me, how can a person like me, who has no backing, fight against the ancient race? I'm different from the two of you. Both of you have backing, but I don't. Sigh. P.S. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Chapter 2075. When they heard Yi Xian's words, their expressions became strange. In their opinion, there was definitely someone behind Yi Xian. Otherwise, it was impossible for an independent cultivator to cultivate to such a level. No matter how monstrous he was, he still needed resources. They would never believe that Yi Xian did not have a powerful background. Bai Yi thought about it and said, Brother Yi, do you think they will let it go just because we have Xiao Ta? No, they will never let it go. They don't have time to care about you now. But once they do, they will definitely eliminate you. Nanning nodded. Young Master Yi, if you don't do anything to them, they will. Yi Xian glanced at them and sneered in his heart. The powers behind these two wanted to use him as a spear to fight against the ancient race. Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and smiled. Let me think about it. Think about it. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon on his sword. He was so fast that by the time they reacted, Yi Xian had vanished without a trace. This time he didn't refuse directly. He had to leave some hope for these forces. Otherwise, they would not let it go. Seeing Yi Xian leave, Bai Yi frowned slightly. Nanning suddenly said, Young Master Yi is a smart man. It's not realistic for us to use him to fight against the ancient race. Bai Yi nodded. Let them handle it themselves. The two left. Actually, they didn't want to get involved in this matter. This was a matter between worlds. Once they got involved, they would be doomed if they weren't careful. Ancient world. At this moment, the ancient race had entered the highest state of alert. Not only that, but all the ancient race experts had returned to the ancient race. Even the old monsters of the ancient race, who were in closed-door cultivation, had come out. Getting Xiao Ta was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the ancient race. As long as the ancient race survived, there would be only one ancient world in the future. Of course, they knew that the other 5 worlds would not let it go. If they survived, the ancient world would be invincible. If they could not endure it, there might be no more ancient worlds in the world. But all the ancient race experts chose to take a gamble. After Yi Xian and Bai Yi parted ways, he arrived at the peak of a mountain. He looked down at the vast mountain range with a calm expression. After a moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm your mind. Needless to say, he really liked this state. After entering this state, he felt like a true swordsman. A swordsman with only the sword in his heart. Swordsman. The heart is the core. If the heart could not be calm, the sword could not be calm. In fact, he was a little confused at this moment. Ever since he had chosen not to break the circle, but to enter the circle, he had parted ways with the mainstream body cultivators. Now the embodiment of bliss and the break world had nothing to do with him. Confusion. After entering the circle, he would have to explore his future on his own. It was especially easy to fall into confusion. It was not difficult to walk the path of others, but it was extremely difficult to carve out one's own path. And now, he had reached a bottleneck. Calm his mind. This was what he had comprehended after entering the circle. What about after calming his mind? Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. After a long time, he opened his left hand and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. He smiled slightly. Little soul, what do you think I should do from now on? Little soul was silent for a long time, then said, walk while standing. Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. It was all this Xiao Tao's fault, leading Little Soul into being fancy. Little Soul suddenly said, young master, are you interested in developing your soul? Yi Xian was a little curious. Soul? Little Soul said, yes. As long as you are a living creature, you will have a soul. Young master has the soul fixation sword that Sister Tianming taught you. If you develop in this direction, you should have a good future. Soul fixation sword. Yi Xian frowned slightly. How do I develop? Little Soul said, young master, I'm just a sword. How would I know? Yi Xian's expression froze. Damn this damn Xiao Ta. A moment later, Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand. Soul fixation sword. How could he make soul fixation sword even more awesome? Yi Xian was silent for a long time, then said, I don't want to think about it. I'll find Qing, and ask her some other day. Little Soul hesitated, then said, young master, isn't your goal to surpass Sister Tianming and the others? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Little Soul said, then you should walk your own path. Yi Xian said seriously, you don't understand. I'll first follow the path of Qing, and Dad. When I reach the end of their path, I'll create a brand new sword Dao to surpass them. Do you understand? Little Soul was silent for a moment, then said, what you mean is, in the secular world, a rich second generation does not choose to start a business, but chooses to inherit the family business first, and then start a business on the basis of his father's wealth, and finally surpass his father, right? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Your analogy, Little Soul suddenly smiled and said, young master, that seems to work. But young master, I still think you should walk your own path. Yi Xian said with a smile. Why? Little Soul thought for a moment, then said, because I think, if you walk the path of Sister Tianming and your father, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to surpass them on this path. Yi Xian was silent. Little Soul giggled. Do you think what I said makes sense? Yi Xian said with a smile. Makes sense. Hey, I'll work hard. If I really can't do it, then let my son do it. My son is invincible. And it's no different from me being invincible. Little Soul reminded him. Young master, I've heard of those who rely on their fathers, but I haven't heard of those who rely on their sons. Yi Xian. Without any more nonsense with Little Soul, Yi Xian walked down the mountain range below. He walked very slowly, because he was thinking. What he said just now was naturally a joke. His goal in this life was to surpass his father in Qing. As for his son, even if he had a son in the future, he would not let his son work so hard. Of course, he would never let his son live so easily. Leave him alone. He had already thought it through. The fine tradition of the Yang family could not be broken in his hands. Before he knew it, Yi Xian had walked to the bottom of the mountain, and he came to a small stream. How to surpass Qing and his father. As Little Soul said, he couldn't follow the path of his father and Qing to the end, because if he kept following them, he would certainly not surpass them. He was improving, but hadn't his father and Qing improved? He had to think of a way to overtake them. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. In fact, he did not know what level his current combat power was. Of course, even if he had to fight with someone in the break realm, he would not be afraid. However, he did not know if he could win. Right now he still had the strongest trump card that he had not used, which was the power of the myriad realms, and the power of the myriad realms. The instant of life and death that he had created could only be developed to the extreme after being supported by the power of the myriad realms and the power of the myriad realms. But so far, he had not played it like this. Right now he was only using momentum, sword momentum, bloodline power, and fighting spirit. He also wanted to see the power of his ultimate sword strike. His biggest problem now is how to go further. The realm of daylight. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this place. This place was the complete opposite of the time in Xiao Ta's body, which could make time pass quickly. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly had an idea in his mind. Why didn't he develop in this aspect of time? One sword strike to cut off lifespan. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately turned around and disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian once again went to the spirit realm. Inside the palace, he began to ask Ling Tian about the realm of daylight. For Yi Xian, Ling Tian did not hold back and told him everything he knew. After Yi Xian entered the realm of daylight, although he did not have Xiao Ta, the mysterious power of the realm of daylight had no effect on him. This was because he had the Qingxian sword. It ignored all the power of time and space. Yi Xian began to try to use the Qingxian sword to control the mysterious power of the realm of darkness. He found that the Qingxian sword could control the power of the realm of darkness. It should be said that the power of the realm of darkness was afraid of the Qingxian sword, because the Qingxian sword could easily destroy the power of the realm of darkness. However, Yi Xian was also very careful, because he could not come into contact with the power of the realm of darkness. If he came into contact with it, his life force would quickly disappear. The higher one's realm was, the longer one's lifespan would be. Theoretically speaking, under normal circumstances, as long as there were no accidents, it would be very difficult for an expert at the free transformation realm and the breaking realm to die. Although it couldn't be said to be immortal, experts like them had extremely long lifespans. However, this kind of powerhouse usually went into seclusion for hundreds of years or even longer. Therefore, time was extremely short to them. Most of the time, even 1,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye to them, severing his lifespan with one slash. This was what Yi Xian was thinking at the moment. The reason why the break world plane was strong was because he could use the space-time within the day-night realm to send someone in, causing their lifespan to decrease rapidly. To put it simply, he was using time to kill his target. And he could use the green profound sword to draw out the power of the day-night realm. To put it simply, he could directly use the space-time power, and did not need to bring people into the day-night realm. Although he was not at the breaking realm, he could do everything that a breaking realm expert could do. Not only that, but he could also do things that a breaking realm expert could not do. Because a breaking realm expert had to send someone into the day-night realm to use the space-time power of the day-night realm to consume their lifespan, he could bring out the space-time power of the day-night realm. He was even more simple and direct. In the following time, Yi Xian began to study the space-time power in the day-night realm. Because he had the green profound sword, he did not encounter too many obstacles. 5 days later, Yi Xian had successfully drawn the power of the day-night realm from the day-night realm to the current space-time. However, he encountered a new problem, which was how to make this power of the day-night realm exert its greatest power. With one slash of the sword, the opponent would die on the spot. This was his goal. Chapter 2076. The Spiritual Dimension. Yi Xian stood in a bamboo forest with his eyes closed. He held the sheathed azure sword in his left hand, and he seemed to be in a meditative state. Meditation. At this moment, Yi Xian had entered a meditative state, and everything around him seemed to have quietened down. Everything was clear. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly flicked his thumb. The azure sword was unsheathed. In an instant, the bamboo forest that Yi Xian stood in grew at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath's time, the entire bamboo forest had grown by a few hundred times, and it didn't take long for the bamboo forest to wither and transform into dust. In this instant, the bamboo forest had experienced a short period of almost 1,000 years. 1,000 years with a single strike. Yi Xian hurriedly put away the azure sword with an extremely solemn expression. Needless to say, this had exceeded his expectations. He hadn't expected the flow energy to be so terrifying. Apart from himself, with him as the center, the space within a radius of several li rapidly flowed by for nearly 1,000 years. 1,000 years. What did this mean? It was terrifying. Even Yi Xian himself felt terrified, because a moment of carelessness had really caused him to die on the spot. However, this was far from enough, because a lifespan of 1,000 years wasn't much to many top-rate experts. Nowadays, some experts could easily live for a few million years. So what was 1,000 years? Nothing at all. Of course, he had a way to deal with it. He'd only tested it with that strike earlier, and he hadn't used too much of the flow energy. In any case, with the Azure Sword, not only could he directly connect to the Day-Night realm, he could even borrow the flow energy from the Day-Night realm. Meanwhile, Ling Tian suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side. She glanced at the surroundings before looking at Yi Xian, with an extremely solemn expression. You're able to draw out the flow energy from the Day-Night realm? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Ling Tian spoke in a low voice. How did you do it? Yi Xian waved the Azure Sword in his hand. Ling Tian frowned. Your father made this sword for you? Yi Xian shook his head. My sister gave it to me. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. Sister. Yi Xian nodded. How is it? Awesome, right? Ling Tian shook his head slightly. It's not just powerful. This was terror. Incomparably terrifying. Previously, there were people who wanted to draw out the power of space-time from the White Day realm, but in the end, everyone gave up. Do you know why? Yi Xian was curious. Why? Ling Tian said solemnly. Because it's impossible. Yi Xian frowned. I think it's very simple. Look, I easily lured it out. No difficulty at all. Ling Tian's face twitched. Why don't you try using your sword? Yi Xian was speechless. Ling Tian continued. Do you know why everyone gave up? Because in order to draw out the power of space-time, there must be a medium. It's equivalent to building a bridge between this world's space-time and the White Day realm's space-time. In order to accomplish this, some people used countless divine objects in hopes of using these divine objects as a medium to draw out the power of space-time from the White Day realm. But in the end, they realized that no divine object was able to endure the power of space-time, so they could only give up. When she spoke up to this point, she glanced at the Azure Sword in Yi Xian's hand and said, Your sword is actually so terrifying. It's able to endure the power of space-time. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian. Your sister isn't weak, right? Yi Xian blinked. She's a little stronger than me. Ling Tian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. It shouldn't be just a little. Yi Xian chuckled and said, Elder Ling Tian, does that mean that I'm the first person to draw out the power of space-time from the White Day realm? Ling Tian nodded. She looked at the Azure Sword in Yi Xian's hand. How much power can your sword endure? Yi Xian glanced at the Azure Sword and smiled. Limitless. Limitless. Ling Tian was visibly moved. Limitless. Yi Xian nodded. Ling Tian took a deep look at Yi Xian. You're going to be invincible. Needless to say, she was extremely shocked at this moment. Limitless. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Xian was like carrying a White Day realm with him. Moreover, he could use the power of space-time limitlessly. Who could withstand Yi Xian's attack? Even if they could block Yi Xian's first attack, what about the second and third attacks? It had to be known that every time they blocked Yi Xian's attack, it was like losing a life. Fighting with Yi Xian was really playing with their lives. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Right now, although Yi Xian wasn't in the Breaking World realm, he was much scarier than that. Yi Xian smiled and said, Elder Ling Tian, I'm leaving. Ling Tian was a little bit shocked. Leaving? Yi Xian nodded. If I stay here, I'm afraid I'll bring trouble to the spiritual world. Ling Tian hesitated and said, Where are you going? Yi Xian smiled. You'll know soon enough. After that, he rode his sword and disappeared. When Yi Xian left the spiritual world, an old man in a white robe appeared in front of him. The old man in a white robe smiled. Young Master Yi, I am the leader of the mountain realm, Su Mikong. Can we talk? Yi Xian smiled. Of course, the white-robed old man roared with laughter. And then he said, Young Master Yi, I've come here this time because I want to confirm something. Is the tiny pagoda really that miraculous? Yi Xian blinked. Why do you ask when you already know the answer? The old man in a white robe sighed. I never thought that there would be such a terrifying divine weapon in this world. Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. The old man in a white robe looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, Young friend Yi, the ancient dimension actually tried to seize your Xiao Ta in broad daylight. Such actions are truly inhumane and shameful. My mountain realm, and the heavenly dimension have decided to uphold justice and help you seize back Xiao Ta. Will return peace to the 6 dimensions. Yi Xian blinked, and then he gave a thumbs up. Good. Very good. The old man in a white robe looked at Yi Xian and waited for Yi Xian to continue. However, Yi Xian didn't. The old man's expression froze. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Young friend, you don't seem to be very enthusiastic." Yi Xian sighed softly. Patriarch Kong, the ancient race is one of the 6 races of the current era. And it's an extraordinary power. Look at me. What am I? I'm just a little swordsman without any backing or backing. How would I go against the ancient race? When he spoke up to hear, he sighed heavily once more and said, "Senior, all of you don't understand the sorrow of nobodies like us. Nobodies like us without any backing or backing have to rely on ourselves for everything. And it's very difficult for us to live." Sumi Kong glanced at Yi Xian. "Young friend, you don't seem like an independent cultivator without any backing or backing." Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "You don't even know how I got here. Talking about it makes me cry. Tears." Sumi Kong frowned. Why is this fellow so stubborn? Meanwhile, Yi Xian spoke abruptly. "Patriarch Kong, I know what all of you mean. All of you can use my name to deal with the ancient race, but I will absolutely not act against them. Of course, even if I do act, I'm unable to help all of you at all with my strength." The meaning behind his words was that they could do whatever they wanted, and he, Yi Xian, wouldn't get involved. Sumi Kong thought about it for a long time before he smiled and said, "Of course, we understand young friend Yi. However, we might have to use young friend Ye's name. After all, Xiao Ta is young friend Ye's." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior Sumi Kong, how about this? I'll sell Xiao Ta to you for 5-star veins." Xiao Ta was speechless. Sumi Kong frowned slightly. "Sell him to us?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, I'll sell him to you." Sumi Kong looked at Yi Xian. "That Xiao Ta doesn't seem to be in your hands." Yi Xian said seriously, "Senior, if you're willing to pay 5-star veins, then I'll sell Xiao Ta to you. To put it simply, Xiao Ta will be yours in name. This way, when you target the ancient race, it will be more justifiable. When you make your clansmen risk their lives, they will be even more willing, because your clansmen will think, fuck, this was originally our Sumi race. The ancient race actually dared to steal something from our Sumi race." Speaking up to hear, he smiled and said, "Senior, do you think these 5-star veins are worth it?" Sumi Kong looked at Yi Xian, and then he smiled and said, "Young friend, what you say is very correct. This method is very good." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Then these star veins." Sumi Kong blinked and said, "Young friend, I feel that you should listen to my opinion first. If we tell the world that young friend is someone from our Sumi realm, wouldn't that be even more justifiable? Then, if you suddenly die, our Sumi realm will say that you were killed by the ancient race. Isn't that better?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Good. Very good." Sumi Kong looked at Yi Xian with a smile on his face, but a powerful aura directly locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "If Senior feels that 5-star veins are very expensive, then please kill me. I won't resist really." Sumi Kong slightly frowned. Not resisting. Yi Xian's expression was very calm, and there was even a smile on his face. Sumi Kong was silent. This youth in front of him was fearless. Why was he so fearless? Sumi Kong looked at Yi Xian and smiled as he said, "Young friend, didn't you say that you don't have any backing?" Yi Xian blinked and said, "It is true that I don't have any backing. I also don't have any backing. From the start of my cultivation until now, it was all my own hard work. It has nothing to do with anyone else, including the fact that I instantly killed the free embodiment transformation expert of the ancient race. That strength was all from my own cultivation. I really didn't rely on my family, nor did I rely on my master. Really, it was all from my own hard work." Sumi Kong looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian continued to say, "Senior, you really don't have to worry about anything. I'm just a lone person. If you kill me, the Sumi race won't provoke any other mysterious faction. Don't worry, come. Kill me, I definitely won't resist." Sumi Kong. P.S. Asking for votes. Asking for votes. I exploded out a long time ago. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.